presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Wisconsin.
It's time for Brewers baseball. Tonight we are live at Miller Park on a Tuesday night. Game 2 of this series. It's the Brew Crew and the Miami Marlins. Two teams fighting for the final wild card spot. Giancarlo Stanton, the National League leader in homers and RBIs, he has led the charge. Marlins are behind the Brewers by 3 games. The Brewers are back a game and a half of the Pirates in the wild card race. Matt Garza is on the mound tonight trying to answer back after a 6 earned run effort in 3 innings against the Cubs. That was his first start back since the oblique injury. Hi, everybody. We welcome you from Miller Park. Great to have you with us here tonight. Game 2 of this 4-game series. Brian Anderson, Bill Schroeder, and Rock. Matt Garza is on the mound. We don't know how long he's going to be out there because he is coming back from this injury. What are your expectations tonight of Garza?
Well, a little bit of a mulligan. He hadn't pitched in a month before he made his start against the Cubs and really didn't have very good location. What I expect out of Garza is the guy that the Brewers got. A big contract. He's pitched in games that are very important. He's got a no-hitter. He's pitched in the postseason, and I think Matt Garza is going to come out, be on the attack. Very important for Garza to have good command with his off-speed pitches. We saw these Marlins yesterday teeing off on fastballs from Giovanni Gallardo. Before he got hurt on August 3rd, he was pitching some of the best baseball of the season. 2 back-to-back months. Very good for Garza. He's got to come out big, eat up some innings, and be dominant early in the game.
Well, when you're in a losing streak, the starting pitcher bears most of the burden to start the games, and the starting pitching has really struggled. Pitching was a strength of this ball club. You look at the previous 27 before this tough stretch here. The Brewers had a 2.36 ERA. That included that sweep out in Los Angeles. The Brewers were sitting in a great spot in the division, but it has been tough sledding since, as the opponent's batting average has soared. The runs per game against have soared as well. Carlos Gomez, he's back in the lineup, making an impact once again. We'll chat with Craig and Davey when we continue about Go Gomez. Stay with us.
By Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, now in the original can, it's Miller time. By Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. The sun is setting a little earlier each night, getting darker here at Miller Park. Lights on, domes open. Carlos Gomez is ready to play. He missed 7 games with a left wrist injury. The team only won 1 of those contests, but he was back in yesterday, and Davey clearly provided a spark for this team. He's not 100%, but you certainly get the idea this guy wants to be in there.
Well, that's right. You know, the thing about it is that he was one of the guys in the player-only meeting that really spoke up, and you knew that he was going to put himself in that lineup, even though he wasn't 100%, but he immediately made an impact when he drew a walk, took off on the first pitch, and scored all the way from first base with Scooter Gennett's double. So now, the other impact was the fact that it was his glove. He ran balls down. He scored 2 runs, and then he hits a double down the line. So his impact was there immediately.
It's the energy that this team needs. We'll see if they can get a little bit more collectively together here. Game 2, Marlins and Brewers on the way. Matt Garza on the hill. We're ready for first pitch. Enjoy it next.
There is Matt Garza leading the Brewers out onto the field here at Miller Park. Big start for him tonight. Every start is the rest of the year. Garza coming back from the oblique injury. And this Brewers-Marlins series on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. A cool night here in Milwaukee. 70 degrees, supposed to be dipping into the mid-60s by the end of the game tonight. It's got that touch of fall in the air. Roof is open, though, and we're looking good for baseball here tonight. Game 2 of the series against Mike Redmond and the Miami Marlins. What a job he's done. Marlins coming in with a record of 70-72. Still under 500, but they've had quite a turnaround even after they've made a few trades, and they are certainly thinking they're in the race. They're 4.5 back of the second wild card spot to start play today. Here's Redmond's batting order. He's got Yelich, Solano, and Giancarlo Stanton at the top. Stanton hit a home run last night. His National League leading 37th of the year. Casey McGee, Marcelo Ozuna, Garrett Jones in the middle with Saltalamacchia, Echeverria, and Tom Kohler rounding out the starting 9. And that's the batting order that will face Matt Garza tonight.
Yeah, Garza making start number 25. He's got a 387 earned run average, a 7-8 record. He was cruising along pretty well in the month of June and July. 5-3 ERA in the mid-2s until he got hurt against the St. Louis Cardinals on August 3rd. Got roughed up last time out against the Cubs, and making start number 7 against the Marlins.
4-man umpiring crew in place tonight. The crew chief is Jeff Kellogg. He's out at second base this evening, and calling the balls and strikes is Will Little. All the pieces in place. We're ready for baseball tonight. Thanks for joining us on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Great to have you with us. Our reporter tonight, Sophia Minert. She has a full notebook full of information. A lot of discussion prior to the game. The Brewers trying to keep things loose and trying to get back to winning ways. First pitch of the ball game on the way. Garza deals to Christian Yelich, and it's strike 1, and away we go. Now the Brewers with 18 games remaining, 4 games over 500 at 74-70. Game and a half behind the Pirates for that second wild card spot. Remember, the Brewers play the Pirates on the next road trip. They've got 3 games against them. You got the Braves in the picture as well. Both of those teams are trailing early tonight in their respective games. Pirates are in Philadelphia, and the Braves are in Washington tonight.
Yeah, there's an important pitch for Matt Garza tonight. The curveball and the slider. This Marlins ball club, they like the fastball. You make mistakes with a heater and they're going to hurt you, and that's what happened last night with Giovanni.
Yelich, terrific leadoff hitter. He's been a hot hitter lately as well. Has his average up to 295 and a tough out. Last night, Yelich was 2 for 5 and an RBI. Has the best on-base percentage of any leadoff hitter in the major leagues. This is his breakthrough year and his second year in the big leagues. He's only 22 years of age.
Yeah, 375 on-base percentage. He likes to work the count. Not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. He will take pitches. But he also does strike out quite a bit for a leadoff hitter. Miami Marlins will swing and miss if you're able to get your breaking pitch over for strikes. Second most in the National League.
Yelich comes in 10th in the league in batting. Another 1-2 pitch from Garza, and Yelich spoils it foul again. Garza's going to be on a pitch count tonight. Ron Renicky and Rick Kranitz are still monitoring his comeback from an oblique injury. Went 3 innings his last time out against the Cubs. Did not go well in Chicago, giving up 6 earned runs, and hoping for a better performance here tonight. They'd love to get him through 5. I was talking to Ron Renicky on the field before the game about last night, and it was a short start by Giovanni Gallardo, and he had a lot of tough decisions to make early, knowing that Garza was going to be starting today on a pretty strict pitch count. Marco Estrada is not available tonight, as one would expect after 4 1/3 terrific innings last night, but that's the safety net that Renicky was hoping to rely upon tonight with Garza on the mound, and it's not available for him this evening.
Yeah, which is why he left Giovanni Gallardo in a little bit longer than he would have liked. Who would have known that Estrada would have been able to eat up almost 5 innings of work? Outstanding job by Marco.
Yelich fouls another one off. And a long at bat to start it. He'll see at least 10 pitches in the first at bat of the game.
Yeah, 10 pitches, and it's a 1-2 count. A lot of foul balls.
Try another one. And it goes to 2-2. Well, for a leadoff hitter, this is the ideal at bat. You want to see a lot of pitches. Garza's thrown everything he's got. the Marlins typically as a team, as Rock mentioned, they do strike out a lot. Pretty free swinging bunch as a group. And down he goes. Garza finally puts him away. On the 11th pitch, he strikes him out with a fastball.
Yep, fastball down and in. Let's check out your Menards Brewers defense tonight. Davis, Gomez, Parra. Gerardo Parra in right field. No Ryan Braun in right tonight. Ramirez, Segura, Jeanette, and Overbay. Lyle Overbay at first base with Jonathan Lucroy back behind home plate once again tonight. Fourth start for Parra out in right field. 17th overall start. He's been swinging the bat well.
So Braun is out. Parra is in. You got a Gold Glover out there. Matter of fact, you have two Gold Glovers in the outfield tonight. There's a line drive by Solano on the first pitch. A single by the Marlins second baseman. He was one of the few that wasn't involved in all the hitting yesterday. Solano was 0 for 5, but he comes right back with a single to start his night tonight.
And a lot of offense for the Marlins. 3 home runs. A tape measure job by Ozuna back in the second inning. These guys can swing the bats. Make no mistake, they have a lot of power.
Marlins hit 3 home runs last night. Stanton had one of them. His was an opposite field blast. Scored 6 runs on 11 hits last night in a 6-4 win for the Marlins. And they've won 3 out of 4 now after taking a series from the Braves. Coming inside, Stanton takes a ball down and in.
You got to try and crowd him with a fastball. You don't want to let him get his arms extended. He hit an opposite field home run last night and didn't even hit it all that well. Down on the handle a little bit, down on the trademark, but able to muscle it into that Marlins bullpen and right. Got to crowd him, but better not miss.
2-0 the count with Solano over at first. Stanton takes a ball inside again. 3-0 the count. That's a strike. Just caught the edge. Casey McGee on deck. Had an RBI last night. McGee back in the States. Still a fan favorite here in Milwaukee. Giancarlo Stanton is having an MVP season. He might be pulling away from the pack here with just a couple of weeks remaining in the season. The National League home run leader. He's got a chance to hit 40 this year.
Yeah, the only guy in his way is probably the pitcher out in L.A., Clayton Kershaw. And the fact that the Marlins are getting themselves back in a race doesn't hurt him either.
Home run leader and RBI leader in the National League. There goes the runner, bouncing ball. And Segura has only one play. Takes care of Stanton at first base.
Well done. Matt Garza coming back from behind 3-0. Able to get Stanton on a pitch away. Tried to pull it and an easy out to short.
Now here's Casey McGee with 2 away. Drove in a run last night in the first inning. McGee 1 for 3 with that RBI. Also drew a walk. And he comes in batting .295 for the year. Has 68 RBIs. And what's impressive about that is he's only hit 3 home runs this year. It's a lot of production without the benefit of driving in yourself.
Right. They have that many RBIs. Home runs are a big part of it, but not with Casey. Very good taking the ball in the right field. He did that last night, driving the first run of the game from Miami. Identical situation, man at second with 2 outs.
Oh, and 2 the count. Now McGee is among the National League leaders in hits. He's 4th in the league coming into play tonight. Hunter Pence is the league leader. He's got a chance at a 200 hit season. He'd have to go a little bit. Nobody had 200 hits last year. Matter of fact, Matt Carpenter led both leagues with 199 hits a season ago. He's had a great comeback here, Casey McGee. Now 31 years of age. He'll be 32 in October. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2-2.
He covers the plate very well, inside, outside, hits it where it's pitched. Tough guy to strike out typically. Good fastball hitter, particularly fastballs up in the zone.
Solano out at second. 23rd pitch of the inning. And McGee strikes out. Slow curveball. Good start for Garza. Had an 11-pitch battle with the leadoff hitter. Gets through it unscored upon. Batting for the first time against right-hander Tom Kohler. And the Brewers trying to get back to winning ways. They've dropped 15 of their last 18 games. Hopefully this is the turn. You got 18 to go. Associated Bank batting order. Gomez back at the top. Scooter Gennett to follow. Then Lucroy batting third. No Braun in the lineup tonight. Middle of the order is Ramirez, Parra, and Davis, with Overbay, Segura, and Garza rounding it out. And Rock, what do you have on right-hander Tom Kohler?
Well, he's a ground ball pitcher for sure. He doesn't have big strikeout totals, but making start number 29 tonight, a 9-9 record for Kohler. Had a career high 10 strikeouts his last time out against the Mets in a no decision. He pitched well, 2 runs in 7 innings. He's had 3 consecutive no decisions out there on the mound. Not a hard thrower, a curveball and a slider.
Gomez leads the way for the Brewers tonight. Still dealing with a wrist injury, but Gomez had a productive night last night, had a hit. Matter of fact, he's had hits in his last 2 games. Last night was his first start in a week. Had an RBI double in last night's game. He had an RBI single against Adam Wainwright on Sunday. That was in a pinch hit appearance. Checks in, batting .284, 67 driven in for Gomez. And that left wrist heavily bandaged. He drops a bunt down. Kohler barehands it, throws, no chance. And Jones made a great play to keep it out of the outfield. Bunt single, an infield hit for Gomez.
A good way to start, get something going early on. And Gomez able to lead it off yesterday with a leadoff walk. A couple of runs on the board for the Brewers in the first last night. And a nice bunt. Doesn't even have to be perfect with the way he runs. And not even close at first base. Disguises the bunt well. Waits for the last second. Drops it down and makes it to first base easily.
That's his 8th infield bunt single of the season. Gomez was off and running on the very first pitch yesterday after he reached in the first inning. We'll see if he's on the move quickly here. Kohler does have a good move. He does keep runners close generally.
And most ground ball pitchers do. Saltalamacchia, somewhat average behind home plate. Nothing great about the way he throws the baseball, but yeah, you give him a chance to throw out a run or make a decent throw.
Carlos has 29 stolen bases. That's good enough for 4th in the National League. Been caught 10 times. Scooter Gennett at the plate. And another check on Gomez. Yesterday in the same spot, there was a hit and run on. Gomez took off. Gennett doubled into right center field, and Gomez raced all the way around to score the first run for the Brewers. Brewers actually scored twice in that first inning yesterday. And Gennett drops a bunt down. That's a beauty. Barehanded by McGee and out at first. Close call. McGee took his time, made sure he had the right grip, and he fired a strike to first base to get Gennett.
Man, Brewers must know something about dropping down bunts. That's 2 bunts now. This time Casey McGee making a nice play. He was playing even with the bag. A little bit easier to pick it up from third base when a left-hander bunts. You could see it a little bit earlier. Picks it up with a bare hand and just does get him by half a step.
Good call over there. Dan Bellino is the first base umpire. It was close. It'll go as a sacrifice for Gennett. 5-3 on the putout. And Lucroy is up with Gomez in scoring position. Luke had 2 hits last night. He drove in 2 runs. Now 7 for 17 on the homestand as Kohler buzzes the tower on the Brewer catcher.
Yeah, Brewers got to Kohler pretty good in Miami this year. May 27th, 7 runs in 5 innings. Brewers hit some home runs in that game. I guess Kohler remembers that and wants to keep the guys honest.
Lucroy and Parra, the 2 guys that are swinging the bats well for the Brewers right now. As I mentioned, Lucroy hitting over 400 on the homestand. Jonathan enters play today as the National League leader in doubles with 49 doubles this season.
Well, pretty much straight away for Lucroy, except for the shortstop Hechavarria up the middle, but he's going to sneak over and play a little bit more conventional spot. Just trying to hold on Gomez right now.
Lucroy was 1 out of 3 in his last matchup with Kohler. And a check on Gomez. Carlos will steal third base. Something he tries to do a lot. Actually says it's for him it's easier to steal third than second if he's got the right combo with the pitcher.
Yeah, not with the way Hechavarria is right behind him. A lot of times that middle infielder will forget about them a little bit, but not now. Hold them close.
It's a little surprising that he's playing there. Lucroy wears out the hole between third and short.
Yeah, Hechavarria not happy about Kohler throwing that pitch to home plate. He was trying to jockey behind him. Maybe try a pickoff throw. He was out of position.
Saltalamacchia with those fluorescent stickers on his fingers helps the pitcher read the signs better. And Lucroy to right, backing up on it is Stanton. Gomez is going to tag, and the second out of the inning. Lucroy just missed it.
Check out the Marlins Menard's defense. Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton. Very athletic young outfield for these Miami Marlins. Casey McGee, Adeiny Hechavarria, Donovan Solano, and Garrett Jones from third to first, and Jared Saltalamacchia behind home plate.
There's Casey McGee, always with a smile on his face. His old buddy Carlos Gomez. Those two have shared a lot over the last couple of days at third base. Having some fun with each other. Here's Ramirez now. Trying to break free from a long slump. Aramis Ramirez has had a struggle on this homestand. Jumping on that first pitch as he does so often.
Still hitting .295 though. Having a rough homestand, 2 for 18, but still has that average near 300.
Just fell out of the National League leaders in batting average. Actually, he's tied for 10th. He just didn't make the page. This will be a good spot for him, though. Get a big hit here. Ramirez is a very streaky hitter. He had a great month of August. He was the Brewers Player of the Month in the month of August. And the Brewers need him to get going. He and Ryan Braun. Braun is out of the lineup tonight. Still dealing with that hand injury. They'll ask if he went. He did not. Able to check his swing. 2-0 the count. Runner at third with 2 away. And a swing and a miss. He went back to the breaking ball.
He's got 2 different breaking pitches. The curve ball, he'd throw a lot of those to left-handed hitters. And the good slider that time to have Ramirez out in front. There's that slider. And just off the outside corner.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Got a leadoff bunt single. Gomez all the way to third base now. Nice block by Saltalamacchia. He's a big body back there. Keeps Gomez at third.
Needs a big body to get that name on his jersey.
That's right. The wraparound, the 14-letter last name. So the count goes full to Ramirez. Let's see what Kohler has in mind for him. And he missed. He went with a fastball and just missed. Ramirez draws the walk. First and third now in the first inning.
Well, that one didn't miss by much. Just down in the strike zone. Tough pitch, close pitch to take. And just out of the strike zone, and Will Little calls it out of the zone and gets the walk.
It's a great example. You know how we talk about Lucroy all the time about how good he is framing pitches. It's a great instructional right there on how to catch a pitch. Saltalamacchia caught that ball with his hand going down, didn't stick the pitch in there, and didn't get the call.
Yeah, got to catch it with the fingers up to make it look better.
First and third for Gerardo Parra. And a first pitch breaking ball. Parra has a reputation as a first ball swinger. As a matter of fact, in his career, he's hitting near 400 on the first pitch. So it makes sense he'd get a first pitch curveball. But he'll swing at those too.
And he's been swinging it pretty well. In the absence of Gomez, Braun out of the lineup.
Gomez with a bunt single. Jeanette moved him to second with a bunt, went to third on a fly ball. Ramirez a 2-out walk. Brewers would love to put a run on the board or more here in this first inning. Give Garza a little breathing room. Try to turn the tables a little bit. There's that curveball again. Or slider, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, good pitch down and in. It's a late breaker. Doesn't break much, but late and sharp. Those are the best sliders. So he's giving him the fastball, the curveball, now the slider. Kohler mixes it up well.
Parra had started 7 consecutive games in the absence of Gomez. Was really swinging the bat well. He was out of the starting lineup last night. Parra has 6 hits on the homestand. 6 for 18 at the plate. Brewers picked him up in a trade with the Diamondbacks at the trade deadline on the 31st of July, trading away 2 prospects. Got a chance to drive in a run early. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Parra just got a piece of that one.
It's so important for the Brewers to be able to play from on top tonight, for sure. We've been saying that for a while now, and it's so true. You can't continue to play from behind like the Brewers have been doing.
Parra does have a home run against Kohler. He's 2 for 5 career. Limited sample size, but one of those 2 hits was a long ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brewers have him at the corners, and Parra takes ball 2. That put away pitch is always something the Marlins talk about with Kohler. He's put up some big strikeout games this season,
including his last time out. 10 career high for him,
and had 6 the start before that against Atlanta in 6 innings. But when he's not striking out a lot of batters, when he doesn't have that put away pitch, that's usually when he struggles. And Parra strikes out. So Kohler strands a pair. Scoreless after 1. We head to the 2nd.
Marlins as we head to the 2nd. And in our farmland, what's cooking? The Brewers today announced their Robin Yount Performance Awards, and those honors go to Jimmy Nelson, minor league pitcher of the year, and Clint Coulter, the minor league player of the year. Now, Nelson came in as the organization's top prospect, had an incredible season with Nashville, a 10-2 record, 1.46 ERA, which resulted in his promotion in July. And Ron Renneke announcing today that Jimmy Nelson will go to the bullpen, will not make his scheduled start on Friday. The earliest he would be available to come out of the bullpen would be Thursday. And Ron Renneke said certainly it adds a big arm, and said ideally he'd like to use him, you know, in a low leverage situation, but told Nelson that he would not be afraid to use him in a close game or late inning situation if needed. So getting some more bullpen relief in the bullpen, BA.
All right, thanks a lot, Sophia. That's good news, good note. And Nelson, I'm curious to see how he'll pitch out of the bullpen. That's how he was used when he first came up to the big leagues last year, and His cruising speed as a starter is about 93, 94 miles an hour, but he can, with one inning here or there, probably pitch 96, 97 miles an hour.
Yeah, reach back and run right. You'd probably like to use him to start an inning. Not have him come in and in the middle of an inning. It's probably going to take him a while to get loose. Being a starting pitcher all season takes those guys a little bit longer to get ready.
Sophia mentioned he's not available till probably Friday. He just started Sunday. So, and then once you get into the wheel a little bit, he'd be available on a more regular basis. Marcell Ozuna leads off for the Marlins. He hit a long home run here last night, banged it off the scoreboard. A 450+ foot blast. And that was his 20th homer of the year, and he has 80 runs batted in as well. Part of this very young, very productive outfield for the Marlins.
And their offense has been very well spread out this year. And 4 guys with 50+ RBIs. And you got Garrett Jones with 49, so they're going to be another.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Ozuna. 2-2.
Pretty much same pitch that Ramirez took. Bottom of the first.
And that one's ripped into left field. A fastball from Garza, and Ozuna did not miss it. Boy, this guy, when he hits him, it has that sound, that special sound off the barrel.
Yeah, like the one he hit yesterday that was about a third of the way up on that video board in center field. And look at the location right down the middle up in the strike zone, and he hammers it out into left field. That ball was hit so hard that Chris Davis had a tough time handling it. Coming in hot. But he's able to hold him to a single.
So a leadoff single for the Marlins. Here is Garrett Jones. Ozuna and Jones hit back-to-back home runs last night. Jones came to the opposite field, went into the Brewers bullpen. Popped him up, and that'll end up in the seats behind home plate. 0-2 to Jones.
Man, that's where you have to pitch him, up in the strike zone. Remember him as a Pirate, hitting all those home runs against the Brewers. At PNC Park, that short porch out there and right. And you get one down in the strike zone, he's going to put a good swing on it. Upstairs, not so much.
Got him. Garza strikes him out on a slider. Jones, the 3rd strikeout victim for Garza. Looks like he's got a pretty good slider going early.
That slider and curveball tonight. That's a good sign for him. Check it out. Look at Lucroy. He wants the ball on the ground, and that's where he puts it. Well located. That's where you want it with 2 strikes.
One away for Garza. Here is Jared Saltalamacchia. Another guy with a lot of power in this lineup, but he does swing and miss a lot. Saltalamacchia. He is a switch hitter. Slightly better off the left side than the right. Against right-handed pitching, he's hitting .233. .215 as a right-handed batter. There's another strike. 0-2.
And the Marlins have 6 players that have over 100 strikeouts this year. Giancarlo Stanton leads the pack with 167 punch-outs. Ozuna right behind him at 151.
Saltalamacchia with 130. Has 11 home runs. Those are his splits. All but 2 of his home runs coming as a left-handed batter. Brewers looking for a ground ball. They'd love to turn 2 here. Get Garza out of this second inning. And Garza misses with a fastball. He is not happy with Will Little, the home plate umpire.
And he wanted that one. Thought he threw a perfect pitch on the inside corner. And that could have been called. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
So 2-2 is the count. That one's in there. Saltalamacchia stood there, watched it go by, and back-to-back Ks for Matt Garza. He's got 4 already.
Well, if the one before wasn't a strike, this one has to be. If he doesn't like up and in, he's got to like down and away. And that one does catch the edge and gets the call. 4th strikeout already for Garza. Looks like he has some pretty good stuff tonight.
Two outs, still a runner at first. Here is Echeverria. Adani Echeverria. Talented young shortstop. We've seen this guy make a lot of plays this year.
Yeah, good range, terrific throwing arm.
And he hits one out to short, knocked down by Segura. Ball gets away, no play anywhere. Echeverria will reach on an infield hit. Second hit of the inning, the 3rd against Garza. And that'll bring the pitcher Kohler to the plate.
And just a little bit out of his reach. I mean, it's just so close to making these great plays. And about 3 weeks ago, the Brewers make that play and end the inning. Segura able to get to it, knocks it down, but not able to get anybody on the bases. But it brings up the pitcher with 2 outs.
Well, Kohler does have 3 hits this year. That covers 52 plate appearances. And Garza will try to make quick work of him. Marlins did get a hit from their pitcher last night, Brad Penny. Brewers always keep tabs on whether the opposing pitcher bats in the 2nd or the 3rd inning. Look out. Boy, a line shot up into the stands. Looks like everybody's all right. That was a close call up there. Players are always very concerned about those kind of line drives in the seats.
And no way to defend yourself in the stands. Even when you're watching, that ball comes in there so quickly.
Strike 2. Rick Kranitz was telling us the story when the pitcher bats in the 3rd inning as opposed to the 2nd. Changes the complexion of the outing typically. That's why that hit by Echeverria was big for the Marlins. And conversely, offenses are trying to get their pitcher cleared as soon as possible. And ideally, you'd like to get him up there in a bunting situation. Got to play it a little differently in the National League. Ozuna and Echeverria on the bases. Both run well. 2-2.
Yeah, much more responsibility from the number 8 hitter in the National League than the American League. Got to figure out a way to get on with 2 outs, whether it be a walk or a bunt. Things you wouldn't do in the American League. You don't normally bunt with 2 outs and nobody on, but number 8 hitter might do that in the National League just to clear that pitcher.
Now the pitch count is on the rise for Garza. Matters more tonight than on typical nights. He's Got 22 in this inning. Garza at 23 in the first inning. Trying to shake the pitcher loose. And that misses low. Now it's 3-2. Both runners will get a head start here. Top of the order due up next, Christian Yelich.
A lot of foul balls already in this game. First time through the batting order for the Marlins. Tons of foul balls. That gets that pitch count up on you. All started with Yelich, the first pitcher of the game, or the first hitter of the game. 11 pitches.
Another payoff. Runners go, and a bouncer in play. Ramirez gloves and tags Ozuna. Makes it easy on himself. Inning is over. 2 scoreless for Matt Garza as we head to the home second. And you're watching the Brewers Marlins series on Fox Sports Wisconsin tonight, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Tuesday night at Miller Park. Don't forget, Saturday the MLB returns to Fox as the Yankees take on the Orioles. That's on Fox, and then on Fox Sports 1, the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Action starts at 11:30 a.m. Central on Fox and then continues 6:30 Central on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. AL Central is a one-horse, the AL East, I beg your pardon, is a one-horse race, a 10-game lead for the Baltimore Orioles. AL Central is up for grabs still. You got the Kansas City Royals still in the pole position. The Tigers are in there, the Indians. Chris Davis will lead off for the Brewers as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Club leader in homers, Davis, coming in with 22 homers. And he lines one to right center, and Stanton able to make the play. They had him squeezed in the gap, didn't they?
And that's what Davis has been doing so well. I mean, taking the ball to the opposite field, hitting it hard out there, and Giancarlo Stanton showing why the Southern Cal Trojans wanted to be a wide receiver. Tracking that one nicely, hauling it in. Can you imagine him on a football field? I could see it.
Linebackers beware. I could easily see him in the NFL.
Right.
No doubt. Like a Jimmy Graham type. So one away as Stanton takes a hit away from Davis. Now Overbay finds his name in the starting lineup tonight. He's been the Brewers' best pinch hitter. So you lose that big bat off the bench, but Overbay getting the start at first. Still haven't really settled down that first base job. It had been a platoon for the good part of the first half with Overbay and Reynolds, a left-right platoon.
And Mark Reynolds got off to such a good start, hitting the home runs, while Overbay had established himself as a very good pinch hitter. It looked like that thing was going to be all settled, but then Reynolds cooled off quite a bit. Throw Lucroy over there from time to time, and Overbay getting the shot tonight.
And Overbay out to center field right at Ozuna. 2 hard hit balls and 2 outs. Kohler will face Gene Segura now. And just as we talked about last inning, always important to clear the pitcher spot. Segura will try to do that here in this second inning.
So I'm talking about typically 2 outs and nobody on. You don't really want to bunt. You want to swing your way into scoring position. But in the National League with a pitcher on deck, you got to figure out a way to get on base if you're number 8 hitter, so that Garza doesn't have to lead off the next inning.
Well, last night Segura had a hit. He was 1 for 2. Also drew a walk. In a hitter's count, 2 balls, 1 strike. Shows bunt again, bunts it foul. I've seen a lot of that from Segura lately, just talking to himself, trying to put all the pieces together at the plate. It was so free and easy for him last year in the first half. A lot of mechanical discussions between he and Johnny Naron. Never easy to try to fix in the middle of a major league season when you're facing big league pitching every night. And Segura is an everyday player. He's the shortstop. It's not a position you want to have a platoon or. Segura has been walking a little bit lately, so he'll draw the walk this time, and that will get Garza to the plate in this second inning. It's a good at bat right there.
Yep, second walk issued by Kohler. He's got 64 walks so far this year, so you got to be patient with him. Hey, the Brewers welcome the Reds to Miller Park this Friday through Sunday in a late season showdown of NL Central foes. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com.
Reds are coming in for 3. That'll be the final 3 games of this homestand. Got 4 here with the Marlins all the way through Thursday night. Garza takes a strike. Garza is the equivalent of Kohler at the plate. Kohler is 1 point better to start the day. Garza hitting .067. He has 3 hits as well. Tom Kohler having his best year as a pro. 28 years of age. Actually made his big league debut against the Brewers a couple of years ago. And he strikes out Garza to end the inning. So 2 scoreless in the books. Brewers Marlins. We head to the 3rd.
count bobblehead day right here at the ballpark this Sunday against the Cincinnati Reds. All fans will get a bobblehead of the Brewers Hall of Fame shortstop, courtesy of Robert Hack Diamonds. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com.
Speaking of this weekend here, the new security procedures will be in place starting Thursday against the Marlins, and then all weekend here with the Reds in town. Fans will need to remove all metal before walking through metal detectors. That's a big one. They'll continue to check the bag. Screenings will be fully implemented for the postseason and all games for next year. It's something that we do every day as the media going through the South Dock. So just be prepared. Get here a little bit early. Maybe wrap up your tailgating a touch early. Come on into the stadium. Make it easy for everyone. And be respectful of those who are administering the security as well. Job, right? Yep. And they catch a lot of grief sometimes. So just make it easy for everyone, would you?
I heard you getting on the guys down there, South Dock.
That's right. Put your credential on. I forget that sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
Top of the order for Garza. Christian Yelich will lead off. Solano to follow, and then Giancarlo Stanton. So Garza's thrown a lot of pitches in the first 2 innings. The Brewers are trying to get him through 5 at least here today. It's just his second start back from the oblique injury that knocked him out for a month.
Well, and he was dynamite before he got hurt. That start against the Cardinals. Had a 1-hit shutout through 5-6 innings, I think it was. And then came up with that oblique issue.
Sounded like he broke his bat, but he sends one to right, does Yelich, and he is aboard with a leadoff hit. After an 11-pitch at-bat in the first inning that resulted in a K, Yelich singles to right, and back-to-back innings with the Marlins and their leadoff batter on base.
Yeah, this time on a 1-1 pitch, a fastball from Garza. Down and in, got it down on the trademark. Didn't sound like he got it all that well, but able to hit it hard into right for a leadoff base runner. And Yelich can run. He's got good speed. He will steal a base. He's got 18 stolen bases, including one last night.
Remember, Solano had a single his first time up on the first pitch he saw from Garza. Takes this time, and Garza misses inside. Runner goes. Lucroy's throw to second on the bag, but safe is Yelich. He just got a hand in there. Good throw by Lucroy, but Yelich able to swipe second base.
Yep, 19 out of 25 for Yelich. Back-to-back games here against the Brewers with a stolen base. Good job by Lucroy. Not much better he can do. Put it right on the bag, but Yelich had a good jump.
And his hand was in there. Marlins threatening to score. Nobody out, and a bunt by Solano. Foul. Garza stranded 2 last inning. He left a runner at second base in the first inning as well. Marlins have 4 hits thus far, all of them singles.
Yeah, Garza's been trying to hit that inside corner all night. First 3 innings here, just not been able to get a strike called in there. Just missing a bit.
And now it's 3-1 on Solano. Tied him up. Came right back inside. Solano in a 3-2 count. Dangerous bat waiting to hit next. Giancarlo Stanton.
And that makes this a very important at bat. You want to maybe keep first base open, so you can be careful with Stanton. You walk this guy, or he gets on, then you got to pitch to him.
And a line drive to right, a base hit. This is going to bring in a run. Yelich will score easily. Donovan Solano with an RBI single to right. The Marlins score first tonight.
Yep, all on fastballs. We talked about that when we came on the air, talking about the importance of the breaking pitch for Matt Garza. We saw it yesterday against Gallardo. These guys do not miss too many fastballs, but if you get ahead and you go with a breaking pitch, they'll chase out of the strike zone. On a 3-2 pitch, Garza coming in with the heater, and Solano turns it around.
And now Stanton with Solano at first. Slow curveball in there for a strike. Stanton's father is here in Milwaukee this week, watching his son play. Could be an MVP month or MVP securing month for Stanton. Shattered bat. And Jeanette goes to second. Out there. Throw to first in time. Stanton got a slow break from the box. And the Brewers are able to turn a 4-6-3 double play. Nicely done.
Well, that's what happens when you get jammed like that. I mean, you get jammed, it's going to take you a while to right yourself and get out of that batter's box. Watch the way he's a little bit off balance here, leaning back, and because of that, it takes him a long time to get out of the batter's box, and that's why the Brewers are able to turn two. Garza doing a good job. I think he let it go. Not sure. Maybe just missed it, but it's a good thing. Get it down on the end, you get a good break out of the box. Get jammed, takes a little while to get out.
Casey McGee jumping on the first pitch. He fouls it away. Only 3 homers this year. Last year, McGee hit 28 home runs in Japan. He had a huge year. 28 homers, 93 runs batted in.
And big ballpark down in Miami. A lot of line drives off the wall at home for Casey McGee. That's the reports we get. A lot of near misses for Casey.
McGee last year played for Rakuten, the Golden Eagles. Won a championship over there, and a couple of his teammates you might remember: Kaz Matsui, Andrew Jones, former Atlanta Brave, and their ace pitcher was Masahiro Tanaka, who would make big news right after that season last year in Japan, signing with the Yankees. And it was McGee who was offering most of the scouting reports this offseason as Tanaka became available.
Yeah, he got off to a great start with the Yankees, but then had Tommy John surgery. It's all those split-fingered fastballs. Was it shoulder?
Had the elbow problem. No surgery yet, but looks like it might be headed that direction. He still is trying to come back, Tanaka. Splitters everywhere,
yeah,
said McGee. Not just Tanaka.
Yeah, that's tough. Well, we saw Tanaka here at Miller Park.
Yep.
And he does throw a lot of them. That's a tough pitch on the arm.
3 balls, 2 strikes. And that is foul, just foul. Didn't miss it by much. Those are not reviewable, those line drives like that. If they're in front of the base umpire, they are not reviewable.
And McGee thought it was fair.
About as good a look as you can get.
Yeah, good call.
Dan Bellino right on top of it. Payoff pitch. Missed. And McGee draws the walk. So with 2 outs, Casey McGee is aboard. And that's going to bring Ozuna to the plate. Dangerous power bat. This is a guy you'd rather have lead off an inning. AT&T Uverse Rewind. Yesterday, Ozuna drew some oohs and ahs from this Miller Park crowd. He banged one off the scoreboard. It went a quarter of a way up the scoreboard.
Everybody's talking about that around the batting cage today.
Garza steps off. McGee on the run and throws it into center field. Casey McGee knows as well as anyone that Garza has trouble throwing the ball. And he takes advantage of him. For whatever reason, Garza just cannot make that throw.
Yeah, it's in his head. I mean, a guy that can stand out there in the pitcher's mound and put a fastball about the size of a dime and just spikes that one, hits the lip of the grass and just stays down on Jeanette. That'll be a stolen base for Casey. Is that an error?
Yeah, they're gonna score it an E1.
Okay.
Officially. Could have been a stolen base.
Any kind of decent throw, and McGee's going to be out easily at second base, but he doesn't get himself in position to throw very well when he's fielding his position. It's kind of a head scratcher.
Third error for Garza. And Ozuna lines one to left. And here comes McGee. He will score.
Just like that. Walk, E1, and a base hit. It's kind of the way it's going.
2-0 Marlins.
Should have been out of the inning. Well, once again, a fastball from Matt Garza. And middle in, and Ozuna hits it hard. He strokes that one nicely into left field. Back-to-back at bats for Marcell Ozuna. Hits it hard to left.
So 2-0 Marlins. Here is Garrett Jones. Brewers got a short start last night from Gallardo. Giovanni could not get through the fourth. He went 3 2/3. And Garza figures to have a short start tonight as well. That ball's hit in the air to left field. Back is Davis with room. And that will retire the side. But the Marlins score twice. 2-0 Fish. Brewers coming up in the home third. Wisconsin is brought to you by Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. And by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. Under the Tuesday night lights of Miller Park. Roof is open tonight. The Brewers find themselves down 2-0. And heads up base running by Casey McGee, putting the pressure on Garza, who commits an error. And then an RBI single with 2 outs by Ozuna for that second run. Back to the top of the Milwaukee batting order. Gomez will lead off. Gomez, Jeanette, and Lucroy against Tom Kohler. Brewers have 1 hit, a bunt single. That was Gomez in the first inning. A couple of walks as well. And he pops it a mile high. It's going to be Solano to make the call. And there is out number 1. '28-year-old Tom Kohler, a late bloomer at the big league level. Didn't make it up until he was 25, turning 26. It was his first year in the big leagues in 2012. He made 8 appearances that year, and I mentioned his first outing in the big leagues was against Milwaukee. That was a September outing for him. As Scooter Gennett breaks his bat, that's going to fall for a base hit. On the first pitch, Gennett singles.
Well, that brings us to tonight's Tavern of the Game winner. It's Middle River Tavern in Poplar, Wisconsin. Poplar, Wisconsin. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game. It's off the courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Have you been there?
Northwestern Wisconsin.
Oh,
I have not.
It's a long way from here.
I haven't spent a lot of time in the northwestern part of the state.
We're in the southeastern corridor here in Milwaukee.
Not to say I won't.
You never know. Maybe this winter. Lucroy on the first pitch, fouls it back. Lucroy, his last time up, flew out to right. Brewers had runners at the corners in the first inning, and Kohler struck out Gerardo Parra. Kohler has ended his last 2 innings with strikeouts, as a matter of fact. After a 10 strikeout game in his last start against the Mets. Lucroy slices one foul in the seats. Trying to shoot the ball to right field.
Kohler's got that good tailing fastball that will bore in on that right-handed batter. If he starts it on the corner, there's a pretty good chance it's going to end up off the plate. And talking to Johnny Nairn has an excellent scouting report on Kohler. The Brewers have seen him already this year. Pitching much better so far today than he did back in May.
Went 5 innings, gave up 9 hits and 7 earned runs, including 2 home runs in that start on May 23rd. Took the loss. Kohler's getting stronger with each month, however. He is having his best second half. It's overall his best year as a big leaguer. Career low in ERA, career high in wins and starts and innings pitched. And in the second half, his earned run average is .323.
Starting to get a little bit more confident, working the strike zone a little bit better. Walks down, strikeouts up. And you get a sense all of a sudden at some point in your career you know that you belong, you know that you should be in the big leagues, and that's when you start to blossom. You lose all that doubt and you start attacking the strike zone.
2-2 to Lucroy. Got a runner at first, and Kohler will check on Gennett. Kohler gets a lot of ground ball double plays.
amongst league leaders in that department.
He's in the top 5. Adam Wainwright is at the top with 22. 2-2 count, and Lucroy a bouncing ball. That's through, a base hit. It is interesting how the Marlins have played Lucroy defensively. You realize the runner's at first, but they're really squeezing the middle against him. And Lucroy wears out the hole and a base hit. 2 on with 1 out.
And what does Kohler do? He helps Lucroy out, gives him a curveball, and he was going to pull a pitch. It's going to be a curveball up in the strike zone. You can see how he's pinched up the middle and just out of his reach. Gave him an off-speed pitch, an easy pitch to pull into that hole between short and third.
So Lucroy with his first hit. 3 hits in the series already, and that'll give Ramirez a chance with 2 on. Ramirez trying to spring back from a quiet start to this homestand. That's down the right field line. Stan's got a long way to go, and Stanton cannot make the play. That's a fair ball. Jeanette all the way around. He'll score. Lucroy's going to be held, but
Ramirez is running right up his back.
And Ramirez will scamper back. Ramirez was right behind him. Saltalamacchia had to go down to block that ball.
Well, the Brewers fortunate that that throw came into home plate. Had it gone to the cutoff man, they would have certainly had a play on Ramirez, who was not watching Lucroy in front of him. There's a nice approach by Aramis Ramirez, taking it down the line, just out of the reach of Stanton. And check out Ramirez running right up the back. You see Eddie Cedar holding him up. The throw comes into home plate. Fortunate for the Brewers.
And Lucroy would have been dead to rights at the plate. Ramirez able to get back to second base. So now second and third, 1 out for Gerardo Parra. Kohler gave him a steady diet of breaking balls his first time up. He struck him out. And there's another one.
Yeah, start him off with the same pitch.
Parra, I mentioned he had homered off Kohler earlier, actually last year. He hit a home run on the first pitch of the game in Kohler's start against the Diamondbacks. Interesting note about that game, it was the only run for either team, and it came on a leadoff homer on the very first pitch. Slow roller right side. Kohler's over. He'll go to the bag. Bud Lucroy's going to score, and we're all tied at 2.
Yeah, take that any day. There you go. Hey, you're making out. You're driving a run. And Lucroy able to score. Kohler goes to first, takes it himself. Another breaking pitch from Kohler to Parra. Rolls over on it. Lucroy got a little bit of a late break, but saw it was down the line and able to score standing up.
So a ground out, but an RBI for Parra, and it squares it up at 2 apiece. And so Kohler with 2 outs now, facing Chris Davis with Ramirez over at third. Davis hit the ball sharply his last time up. He lined one to right center. Stanton sprinting across into the gap made the catch on the run.
Chris has shown a pretty good eye as of late. He's shown a lot of confidence up there. Taking pitches, letting the ball get to him, and driving it into the opposite field. Chuck Hernandez is on his way out to the pitcher's mound to have a chat with Kohler. Saw something that he didn't like. Chuck Hernandez has been in baseball a long time. He's been with a number of teams. Actually, when I was with the California Angels, he was a pitching coordinator in the minor leagues.
Is that right?
That's how long he's been around.
Why would you leave? I mean,
right.
Dedication to the game, a lifer.
Drag you out kicking and screaming. That's what I say. What else would you rather be doing?
Davis takes a ball down low. So it's 3-0. Got Overbay coming up next. Davis, in his first full season in the big leagues, is the club leader in home runs with 22.
Pretty good chance he's going to be swinging if he likes it.
Yeah, he's done it before. And he swings on the green light, and a fly ball to left for the out. Inning over. Jammed him. Well, the Brewers scored twice. Ramirez and Parr with RBIs, all tied at 2. Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder, Sophia Minert, our reporter tonight. Craig and Davey on the Brewers live set. Glad you're with us. 2-2 game. The Brewers answer a 2-run Marlins third with 2 of their own. And Garza, whose pitch count is soaring at 71 through the first 3 innings, already on a pretty strict pitch count as it is. Maybe around 85 to 90. But it all depends on how he feels, I suppose. Brewers would love to get him through 5. We enter the 4th now. And the bottom of the order coming up: Saltalamacchia, Echeverria, and Kohler. Garza has 4 Ks. His last strikeout was against Saltalamacchia in the 2nd inning. Oh, there's a brand new one. Baby's first game, maybe. That's definitely top 5 baby material right there. Saltalamacchia strikes out up the ladder, and Garza picks up his 5th K. One away in the 4th.
Yep, able to ride that fastball up in the strike zone. Good pitch. Left-handers like it down in the strike zone. Garza able to put it exactly where he wanted it. Up and in, and Saltalamacchia swings right through it.
3-pitch strikeout. Here's Echeverria now. Singled his last time up. Had an infield hit. He hit it sharply. Segura was able to knock it down. That's why it was an infield hit. 25-year-old out of Cuba. Part of the Cuban wave of position players in Major League Baseball the last few years that are making big impact impacts on their teams. Echeverria was originally the product of the Blue Jays. Came with that Jose Reyes deal. Well, you could just hear that one on Lucroy. That one got him.
Yep. Those feel good.
Well, that didn't sound like any padding. That sounded like skin.
It's the ones that get you on the bones. Those are the ones that hurt.
Oh,
you don't got them on the hand. That doesn't feel good either.
His throwing hand. There's a good curveball in there for a strike. Boy, Garza dropped the hammer on Echeverria. Back-to-back Ks, 6 punch-outs now for Garza.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying. You get curveballs over for strikes against these guys, you've got a pretty good shot at getting them out. And don't even have to be good ones. That one's a hanger, and Echeverria takes it, and that one catches the inside corner.
Good chance to make it a quick inning here. The pitcher Kohler at the plate. Kohler was able to work a full count last time up. Had an 8-pitch at bat against Garza. Three balls, no strikes on the pitcher. Kohler's not even thinking about swinging right now. Why would you? They can throw a few. That one's in there. Strike two.
Now he might be swinging.
Maybe. Because up to now he might as well be using a table leg. He's working the count. Payoff pitch. And Garza in there for a strike. Kohler at about face. 3 strikeouts. Goes through the side in the 4th. Now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag WisFanPhoto. Have a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Don't forget. Got a lot of activity here in the booth. Some of our favorite people are in the booth. There's Lorraine.
Can you move that camera over to catch Renee? I mean, she has done everything she possibly can to get off
here, Renee.
camera.
Say hi to everybody.
Say hi to everyone.
Best stage manager. If there was a stage manager Hall of Fame, she'd be in it.
Inaugural year.
Mike Faulkner's that way, but he's not camera ready at this point.
Well, either are we, but we are. We're on.
There he is. See what I mean? Always got his Brewer hat on. Rocking and rolling. That's why we love Miller Park.
Yeah.
The best booth crew. Lorraine takes good care of us. Lorraine and Sharon.
The family up here in the television booth. You know, there's a sign outside the door that says, when the door is closed, please do not enter. We're on the air. That means nothing to anybody.
Yeah, because the same door is on the radio booth, and nobody dares go in there.
Yeah, that's like an electric shock. You open that door.
Lyle Overbay leads off for the Brewers here in the 4th inning.
We don't mind company.
Not at all. We get a lot of it. Busy night in the booth tonight. And by the way, we want to thank our pal Jody. She provided the Rally toffee for us today. Best toffee in the big leagues. Homemade. So thanks, Jody. It's already gone.
Where was that?
Polished off before you got up here, partner. Mike Faulkner and I took care of it. 1-2 to Overbay. Down and in. 2-2 the count.
The only thing that was left when I got up here was a pile of cauliflower. You trying to tell me something?
That's right. Rally cauliflower for you.
Jeez.
After your little incident. Trying to keep you healthy. And a swing and a miss. Overbay strikes out. Well, you saw activity in the Brewers bullpen. You got Garza's spot coming up third. Pitch count right about where the Brewers wanted to max him out. So you could see Renicky making a move here. Gene Segura with one out. Game tied at 2. The Marlins scored twice in the 3rd. Brewers answered in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Now Mark Reynolds has already moved on deck, so Garza's night is done. Jeffress will be next in. There's a strike. You know, if Estrada doesn't have to go 4 1/3 last night, this would typically be his spot. And I think the Brewers, and just talking to Renicky and Kranitz before the game, they feel like they're covered tonight. There's a lot of arms down there. But then that puts you a little bit in a scary spot for next year, or next start tomorrow if you have a short start. You're always trying to think a game ahead, a series ahead. The Brewers were in that game last night. They lost 6-4.
Yeah, thanks to Marco Estrada.
Terrific performance, and that sets him up for today. Segura to the right side. That's going to sneak through. A base hit for Segura. He's got a walk and a single tonight.
He stayed back nicely on that pitch. A hanging curveball. Didn't jump at it at all, and that's what he's been working on this year. Just staying back, let the ball get to him. Got a curveball up in the strike zone. That curveball's been just hanging up there a lot last couple of innings for Kohler. And Segura waits back and knocks it just out of the reach of Solano at second.
All right, so Segura is aboard. Mark Reynolds will bat here in the 4th. And if you don't know the backstory on Garza, just to clean it up here, because he did just strike out the side, you're wondering why is he taking him out. It's only a second start back from an oblique injury, and there's a progression to try to work him back to a 100 pitch limit. So the next time out, he'll probably be uninhibited in his start. He'll be able to go around 100.
Yeah, pitch count, set by design before the game started, and because of the first 2 innings, he was over 40 pitches in the first 2 innings. Only able to get through 4.
And it's not just a strict count on the pitches. It's also the number of stress pitches he had to make. And Garza had to make a lot in this game. Ton of base runners. Only surrendered the 2 runs. Only 1 was earned. It was his error that led to the unearned run. Reynolds a big wave and a miss. 0-2 the count. Reynolds is 2 for 11 this year as a pinch hitter. One of those hits was a home run. No balls, 2 strikes. Segura takes off, and Reynolds takes the pitch. Throw to second is late.
Yeah, how about that jump? Well, he had about 5 steps before Kohler even got rid of the baseball. Maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but that's about as good a jump as you can get. And Saltamamahi with no chance to get him at second.
Yeah, walking lead.
Yeah, Kohler paying no attention to him, and he gets second base pretty much uncontested.
Segura's got a chance to steal 20 this season. That was number 17. He's in scoring position with 1 out for Reynolds. Marlins have very strong throwing arms in center field and right field. Reynolds able to take it. He jumped at it, but lays off. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Reynolds.
Trying to get him to chase a breaking pitch, but has not been able to get it down.
Reynolds with a couple of home runs in his career against Kohler. And he walks. Did he go? They say no. Reynolds draws the walk. Good at bat by Mark Reynolds. He got down early and ends up taking the walk. So first and second with 1 out.
That's pretty close. Yep, could have gone either way, but he got the call.
And here is Gomez now. 2 on, 1 out, 2-2 game. Bouncing ball. Going to be gloved by Jones, and Gomez is out. Both runners advance, but now 2 men are out in the inning.
Hey, come out to Miller Park this Friday for Time Warner Cable Student Night. The Brewers take on the Reds, and all high school and college students can purchase $9 Terrace Reserve and $11.50 Lowe's Bleacher tickets. Visit brewers.com/students for details.
Here's Scooter Gennett. Had a broken bat single his last time up. He swung at the first pitch. He's got a brand new bat in his hands. Chance to pick up a couple of runs here. The Brewers trying to break this 2-2 tie. Gennett has his batting average right at 300 after his hit. Had a sac bunt in the first. Single in the third. And out to second base. Solano will make the play, and Kohler strands 2. Still tied at 2. We go to the 5th. After 4 innings, he's in our Southwest Airlines non-stoppable play. However, Garza finishes by striking out the side, and he ends up with 7 Ks tonight. 1 walk. 4 innings, he gave up 6 hits, 2 runs. 1 of those was earned, and it was his error that led to that unearned run. But Garza on his way back, and a much better start this time around after he struggled his first time back.
Yep, 84 pitches, 56 of them for strikes. As Jeremy Jeffress takes over, boy, has he been throwing the baseball well. Good fastball. His curveball's been over for strikes. 21st appearance for Jeremy and a 137 earned run average. He's allowed the 1 home run. That's it.
And Jeffress pitching a little earlier than he normally does. But the Brewers need to keep the Marlins down here. Top of the order is coming up. Tough part of the order. You got Yelich, Solano, and Stanton. If anybody gets on, McGee. Yelich takes a first pitch breaking ball for a strike. All the teams the Brewers need to lose are losing currently. The Pirates, who occupy the second wild card spot, they trail the Phillies 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Brewers are tied with Atlanta, a game and a half out of the wild card spot. The Nationals lead the Braves 6-4. That game's in the bottom of the 8th as well. And the Reds lead the Cardinals 7-4. Although a division title at this point is going to have to be a monumental collapse by the Cardinals, and the Brewers are going to have to win most of their games going out. They're 6 back. They do have 3 against St. Louis on the next road trip.
Yeah, Brewers, and again, Brewers can't really concern themselves with what's going on around the league. They just got to start winning.
Ground ball to short. Big hop for Segura. Yelich is out.
And there's a good start getting that guy out. Well, he is somewhat of a spark plug in that offense for the Miami Marlins. He has really come on and had himself a nice year. Only 22 years old.
Looks like a star in the making with Miami. They got a few guys like that. Marlins got something special going, I think. This is a ball club that's going to get their pitching back together next year. Jose Fernandez is one of the best in the game. He's going to need a bounce back year, though. He's not going to return until mid-season next year after Tommy John surgery. Usually takes a year from the surgery to come back, and then it usually takes a season to get your stuff back and get the feel back.
Yep, and your confidence back, and knowing that you can let the ball go and not re-injure yourself. That's a big roadblock that every player faces after coming off injury, whatever it is. Fear of re-injuring yourself, and once you get by that, then it's clear sailing. The pitch we're talking about with Jeremy Jeffress, he's getting that breaking pitch over, and that's a difference maker for him as hard as he throws his fastball.
0-2 the count. And a called strike 3. Jeffress just carves up Solano. Came back with a heat, and the guy who had 2 hits in his first 2 at-bats. A backwards K. Brewers have 8 strikeouts against Marlins hitters tonight. 2 up, 2 down. Here's Giancarlo Stanton. Carsoup.com trivia: the last National League player to lead the league in homers, RBIs, and slugging percentage. Got to go back a ways. Nearly 20 years, as a matter of fact.
Really? I was going to guess Albert.
There's Giancarlo's dad, Mike, and his aunt. A strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. I guess when you're making a run at an MVP, your dad and your aunt get front row seats, get the owner seats.
Yeah, get the general manager in the upper deck.
I mean, that's a good view right there. I don't know if I don't know if I'd want my dad sitting that close to the dugout. Two balls and a strike. And that one's in there. 2-2 the count.
And 97 right on the edge. Good pitch. Now they bury this curveball in the dirt.
Stanton has hit the ball on the ground twice. Bounced into a double play in the third inning. Garza shattered his bat with an inside fastball. 99 miles an hour with that fastball from Jeffress. Tried to reach back for a little too much, maybe.
Yeah, overthrowing.
Full count to Stanton. That one comes in at 98.
Fairly effortless in doing it too. I mean, it doesn't look like he's expending a lot of energy. His mechanics have been pretty good, very compact. That arm angle change that he made last year has really helped.
And that was while in the Blue Jays organization. Turned him into a ground ball pitcher, a power sinker. Fires one in, strikes it out. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Stanton is retired. Lucroy, Ramirez, Parra will bat when we continue.
Marlins series here on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. And in our Crew in the Community tonight, the Brewers Community Foundation partnered with Northwestern Mutual Foundation to support Happy Faces, Stolen Bases. For every Brewers home run at Miller Park, a contribution was made available to Ronald McDonald Charities, Inc. So that's the Happy Faces, Stolen Bases front for Crew in the Community. And Aramis Ramirez, due up second, has an RBI double already tonight. Came into this game with just 2 hits on the homestand, and talking to Ron Renicky about Ramirez's at-bats, that's certainly not the typical Aramis Ramirez that he has seen lately. And more strange is that normally when a hitter goes bad, he says, you tend to see a lot of fly ball outs, and it's been the opposite for Ramirez. Normally he's so good at hitting the ball to the opposite field, but a lot of ground ball outs for him lately. And Renicky said he's been working on in the cage a lot, and looking for another good month of September like they got from him in August. Yeah,
and they certainly need him. He can get hot and carry a ball club. That's the thing about Ramirez that you're hoping for in this final 18 games.
Maybe that double his last time up will get him going. Opposite field, didn't roll over on it, waited back.
Lucroy starts it, then Ramirez, then Parra. This is the part of the order that did the damage in the third inning. Lucroy pops it up. That is going to stay playable for Jones, and Lucroy is out. One away. So here comes Ramirez. A walk and a double tonight. Drove in a 62nd run. That's his night at the plate, presented by Wendy's.
Just a little bit behind. That's his wheelhouse right there. Middle in, right around the belt, fouled it straight back.
One and two on Ramirez.
Kohler getting a lot of mileage out of a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Getting it by some of these hitters, just a little bit behind it, because he's got that good curveball working. There's that good slider. Keeping him honest.
I always hear pitchers talk about how difficult it is to have a good curveball and a good slider simultaneously. Never understood that, but
yeah,
it's
either.
Tough to keep them both in play.
I never pitched. I wouldn't know. But it's unusual to have a pitcher out there that has both. Good ones, anyway.
Tom Kohler working here in the fifth inning. 2-2 game. Ramirez in a 2-2 count. And a bouncing ball to short. Just missed the breaking ball, and that's kind of the way it's gone, as Sophia was mentioning, for Ramirez. Just a tick off lately. Well, we invite you to join Fox Sports Wisconsin for the third annual Brewers Mini Marathon and 10K on Saturday, September 20th. Beginning and ending at Miller Park, the course goes past many Milwaukee landmarks. Runners receive a race shirt, a medal, Brewers ticket voucher, and can celebrate at a post-race tailgate party. For details, go to foxsportswisconsin.com. Click on the More tab. 2 up, 2 down. Lucroy and Ramirez set down in order. Here is Gerardo Parra. Parra breaks his bat, dropping in a hurry, and that's going to fall. A base hit. Parra, in every at-bat tonight, has swung at the first pitch. This time he connects.
And all three times it's been a curveball. He took the first one, swung and missed at the second one. Second at-bat. Here's the third at-bat. And that was a changeup, not a curveball. And Parra out on the end, broke his bat, but bat died happy. Dumps one into center field.
Well, that'll extend the inning, and it'll give Chris Davis an at-bat here in the fifth. Davis flew out to left in the third inning. He swung away at a 3-0 pitch. Kohler was able to get one in on his hands. Davis did line out to right field his first time up. Runner goes. Parra's on the move, and Saltalamacchia throws him out.
That almost hit his pitcher in the head.
It did. I was going to say the same thing. But a one-hopper right to the bag, and Parra is cut down, and the Brewers leave a power hitter in the box. Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. By the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by Miller Lite, now in the original can, it's Miller time. Tuesday night, Miller Park all tied at 2, the Brewers and the Marlins. 18 to go in this regular season campaign. The Brewers still have 6 games remaining, including tonight on this homestand. Got 3 more with the Marlins. That's a series that ends on Thursday. Then the Reds come to town for the weekend. And then back on the road, a 3-city, 9-game road trip. Last road trip of the regular season. Casey McGee, a bouncing ball to Jeanette. And Jeffress keeps mowing him down. 4 in a row retired by Jeffress with a couple of strikeouts and a couple of groundouts.
There's where that arm angle, the change in the arm angle helps Jeffress quite a bit. Not just the velocity he has now, but the late movement, some good tail, got in on the hands of McGee that time. Used to be a 4-seam fastball with that straight over the top delivery. Not anymore. And very unusual when you have a guy that's changed his arm angle, gets movement, and doesn't lose any of his velocity. And that's what's happened with Jeremy Jeffress.
Well, he is hoping to be a success story. He had his troubles down in the minor leagues, substance abuse problems and suspensions. Ended up going from the Brewers to the Royals in a trade. That was part of that Zach Greinke deal. And then the Royals traded him to the Blue Jays, and it was with the Blue Jays, as he gets a strike in there on Ozuna. It was with the Blue Jays they diagnosed him with juvenile epilepsy, and that has changed not only his outlook but the way he treats that. He's a proud new papa, got a baby girl, and he's a guy you root for. He couldn't be a nicer kid. We always enjoyed spending time with him when he was coming up through the Brewers system and when he finally made it to the big leagues. And you worry about a guy like that losing his way and not being able to sustain a career, but here he is, and he's gone through an entire on-field and off-field makeover and has reinvented himself here, and he's back with the organization that gave him a chance by his choice.
Yeah, that maturity process is different for everybody. Some get it early, some take a while.
Jeffress had the chance and had the option to stay with the Blue Jays and make a significant amount of money pitching in AAA, essentially a major league contract pitching in AAA, however. And he decided to forego that. He took his release and then signed with the Brewers. He ended up closing games for AAA Nashville before they brought him to the big leagues. He's been a nice surprise. And he walks Ozuna. Pretty close pitch. Ozuna is aboard for the 3rd time. 2 hits and a walk. And a man on for Garrett Jones, first base runner against Jeffress. A changeup that missed at 90 miles an hour.
Not many throw a changeup like that. Not that hard.
Garrett Jones with a man on and 1 out. Jeffress does get a lot of ground balls. He was a guy that would average about a strikeout per inning pitched maybe a little more than that coming up through the minor leagues and then his early run in the big leagues, but he pitches to a lot more contact these days, even though he does have 2 strikeouts so far.
Yeah, throwing strikes this year. It's always been an issue for Jeffress, is throwing the baseball over the plate, getting behind in the count. Doesn't matter how hard you throw when you get behind in the count. But he has so far this year.
Two balls and a strike. 2-2 on Jones. He is 0 for 2 tonight. Garza struck him out in the second, one of 7 Garza strikeouts. Matt went 4 innings. Good bounce back start for him, and should be back in the regular pitch count mode his next time around, which will come against Cincinnati. Sophia reported earlier that Jimmy Nelson's been taken out of the rotation. Fires stays in. Nelson not available till probably Friday night. So you got Peralta tomorrow, then Fires. Garza would be next up on Sunday, most likely.
Brewers don't have a day off until Monday coming up. Then they have Monday, Thursday off, and then that's it. Back to that 5-man rotation.
Jones hits it sharply into left center. Ozuna can run, and he is around third. Here comes the throw. It is cut off. Segura's throw comes in late, and it's an RBI double for Garrett Jones. And the Marlins break the 2-2 tie.
So both walks issued by the Brewer pitching staff tonight have come around to score. Casey McGee, now Ozuna. That was a good piece of hitting by Garrett Jones on a 3-2 pitch. Got that fastball going away from him. There's that 2-seam fastball and drives it in the gap out there in left center. Ozuna on a 3-2 pitch. Taken off and able to score easily. And the Marlins retake the lead.
So the Brewers forced to play from behind again. Been a common narrative for Milwaukee during this stretch. Here's Saltalamacchia with a runner at second and 1 out. And Jeffress in there with a strike on a breaking ball.
Now you get a guy that's looking fastball, gets fastball. Doesn't really matter how hard you throw it. Garrett Jones able to turn that one around, hit a bullet into the gap on a good moving tailing fastball from Jeffress.
Marlins scored 2 in the third. RBIs from Solano and Ozuna. Brewers answered in the bottom of the third with Ramirez and Gerardo Parra picking up ribbies. Ramirez had an RBI double. And now the Marlins have taken the lead in the 6th. Saltalamacchia takes one down and in. 98 with the fastball. Saltalamacchia has struck out twice. 2 of Garza's 7 Ks. The 1-2 and a swing and a miss. Down he goes again. Saltalamacchia with his 3rd strikeout. It's also the 3rd for Jeremy Jeffress. 2 outs in the inning.
Yeah, big fastball up in his zone once again, just like the one he swung and missed with Garza out on the mound. Yeah, that one about belled high and right down the middle of the plate. It was the velocity that got him that time, and the Marlins catcher down on strikes for the 3rd time.
Jeffress pitching in his second inning. Garza went 4 in his second start, returning from the disabled list with that oblique injury. And a night for the bullpens. The Marlins bullpen is now active. Danny Echeverria with a runner at second and 2 outs. Be curious to see what Redmond does if Echeverria reaches. His starting pitcher Tom Kohler has gotten him through 5 innings. He's on deck, and the Marlins now have the lead. Do you think Redmond would pinch hit for him here?
Yeah, we'll see.
Looks like he's got a couple options down in the dugout, and Renicky wants to find out. So indeed, Redmond will pull his pitcher back, and he's going to go to his bench. So Kohler has done 5 innings, but has a chance to win this one. Justin Bauer will come on to hit for Miami. And here comes Rick Kranitz, the Brewer pitching coach, for a scouting report.
Well, Will Smith up and throwing in the bullpen. You got to wonder if the Brewers are going to go to the bullpen here. I guess not, because Kranitz is out and not manager Ron Rennie. You got the pinch hitter Bauer, and that's followed by Yelich, a left-hander, at the top of the order.
Bauer was a big hitter down in AAA New Orleans. Marlins brought him up in early June. He had 306 in New Orleans this year in AAA. 27 doubles, had 18 homers, 72 driven in. He played in 103 games. Those are some big numbers. And the big slugger up from their minor league system gets a shot here in the bottom of the sixth, or rather the top of the 6th. 2 on, 2 out. Justin Bauer, 23rd game in the big leagues. Has 8 hits. He's driven in 5. And he was late.
Had a good pitch to hit. A 1-0 count. Fastball in. Well, Jeremy Jeffress not messing around. He's going right after him.
Correct the pronunciation on this hitter. It is Bohr, not Bauer. My mistake. One ball, one strike. And a breaking ball in there. 1-2 on Bohr.
Big boy up there at the plate. And Jeffress able to drop that curveball just barely in the strike zone. Lucroy setting up outside, and that's exactly where Jeffress put it. Good pitch.
1-2. Big hitter for Jeffress here. And Bohr fouls it off. Bohr does not have a hit this year off the bench. He's 0 for 13. As I mentioned, most of his action this year has been as an everyday player in AAA New Orleans.
And most of the pinch hitters for the Marlins are right-handed.
We'll do it again. Another 1-2. And did he go? No, he didn't. Good block by Lucroy. Bohr able to check his swing.
Now, and this is the pitch where Jeffress wants to get him out. Doesn't want to go 3-2 and allow those base runners to get a head start. Pitch of decision right here. This is where he wants to get him.
Got Jones at second. Echeverria at first. Here's a 2-2 and a bouncing ball foul past first. Jeffers typically a one-inning pitcher in the big leagues. He pitched multiple innings quite often in AAA this season. Trying to get through the sixth. 2-2 on the way. Bohr swings and misses. Down he goes on a changeup. So Jeffress gives up a run. The Marlins take the lead, but he strikes out 4 in his 2 innings. Eric Jones. Yeah, we head to the bottom of the 6th. A reminder that Fox Sports Supports is proud to collaborate with Stand Up to Cancer. It's a groundbreaking initiative created to accelerate innovative cancer research that gets new therapies to patients quickly in order to save lives. For more information, visit foxsportsupports.com. Chris Hatcher is the new Marlins pitcher.
Yeah, 45th appearance for Hatcher. He came up on May 22nd from AAA New Orleans. Has been around ever since. Has good numbers. 323 earned run average and more strikeouts than innings pitched. And he's only allowed to 3 home runs. You know, home run totals for this Marlins pitching staff down. Obviously, a little bit of a help the ballpark that they play in. But still, these guys can throw the baseball. Got some good arms.
Chris Davis leads off. He was at the plate when Parra was caught stealing to end the 5th inning. Marlins led 2-0. The Brewers came back to tie it in the bottom of the 3rd, and then the Marlins just took the lead in this 6th inning. Davis sitting on 22 home runs. Does have a homer on this homestand. That was the first night of the stand last Thursday. Brewers lost 3 out of 4 to the Cardinals. Dropped the opener of this 4-game series last night, 6-4. Milwaukee's been on the wrong side of competitive games in every game of the series with the exception of Sunday. They did win one game in that Cardinals series on Friday night behind Fires, but they've all been close, you know, 1, 2, 3 runs. You've been able to keep yourself in striking distance. The Brewers have just been without the big hit late.
Big hit and, not being able to execute late in the game.
Slow roller to Solano, and he takes care of Davis for out number 1.
And not able to make that big pitch late in the game as well.
1 away. Let's check in with Sophia.
Well, that was something that Ron Renneke talked about before the game, Brian, was just the pitching and also the pressure on the offense when the Brewers have regularly been playing from behind. They've had a multi-run deficit after the first 4 innings in 12 of the last 14 games, and Ron said certainly, that when that happens, the offense feels a lot of pressure, that they, obviously need to put up a lot of runs, and then the swing-away mentality of this team, they do that. They press sometimes, and when they get it good at the beginning of the year, when they were getting great starting pitching, 1 or 2 runs could be enough, and certainly that's been the difference here lately.
Yeah, it's difficult to win games when 2 aspects of your game have not been going all that well. Typically, you'd like to have 2 of the 3 going well. You got pitching, defense, offense. If you have 2 of the 3 working, you're a pretty good chance to win. But when you have really none of those 3 have been all that great for the Brewers in this stretch. I mean, that's why they have the record that they do have right now. Starting pitching has not been very good. Their offense has been down, and they have been rather shaky defensively from time to time. Got to turn it around. It's easy to say, but sometimes you get into these ruts.
Garrett Jones falls to the ground, and he will underhand it to retire Overbay for the second out of the inning.
That and the fact that the Brewers have not been hitting home runs. I mean, they typically win games when they hit home runs. They haven't been doing that. Early in the season, they were getting the big home run totals and winning games, even the close ones. Manufacturing runs, that's what you have to do when you're in these types of stretches.
2 quick outs here for Hatcher. That'll bring up Segura. Got the pitcher spot due up next. And Segura with a base hit, jumping on the first pitch. He's having a terrific night at the plate. A walk, now 2 hits. And a man on. The tying run is aboard in the 6th. Renneke's going to go to his bench. Jeffers is done after 2 innings. And it's going to be Matt Clark.
And trying to get that long ball. Now Segura not only has the 2 hits, but you like the way he's been able to get them. 1 to right, 1 to center. Not pulling off the baseball, not jumping on it. You see the way that weight is on the back foot at contact. A lot of times he's been jumping at the baseball with weight on the front foot.
So Matt Clark will get a shot here. At his first major league hit earlier on this homestand. That was against St. Louis. His only hit in the big leagues thus far. Clark spent the year in Japan last year. Came back to the States. Originally with the Mets. Took his release a lot like what Jeremy Jeffers did. Took his release, signed with the Brewers. Thinking first base might be an option for him at the big league level. And here he is in September.
Good move for both of them. A risk, but a good move. You give up the guaranteed paychecks for a chance to get to the big leagues. That's what these guys are willing to do, to get back to the show. That's where you want to play.
Well, Clark hit some home runs at AAA. Had 16 homers in Nashville. He hit 10 home runs in AA with the Mets. So if you combine his numbers in the minor leagues this year, in 120 games, he had 26 home runs, 83 driven in. 27-year-old first baseman. Hatcher's got him down 1-2. 2 outs in the inning. Brewers need a big hit from someone. That's been the way it's gone lately.
Yeah, Brewers so far tonight 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. He only hit the double by Ramirez back in the 3rd inning.
Another check on Segura. Segura did steal a base last time he was on, his 17th. Seems content to stay put. Maybe thinking Clark has a chance to hit one out of here.
Yeah, that's why he's at the plate. Hit a home run. Playing him deep in the outfield. Extra base hits. The only thing that's going to score Segura. And the infield swung around toward right field.
Two balls, 2 strikes. 2 men are out in the 6th inning. And Clark rolls over 1 to first. Easy enough for Jones. And that will retire the side. So the Brewers come up empty in the 6th. 3-2 Marlins as we head to the 7th inning.
Lead, and make sure you check out the Brewers Dynamic Deals page to find all the best deals on Brewers tickets. Brewers Dynamic Deals highlight the best seats at the lowest prices. You can be sure that you're getting great value. To see all the dynamic deals for the rest of the homestand, visit brewers.com/deals.
Will Smith out of the Brewers bullpen. Jeremy Jeffress went 2 innings, giving up a run. And Smith coming on to work here in the 7th. Top of the order coming up for the Marlins.
Yeah, been a rough second half for Will Smith. He'd love to finish strong. Earned run average now over 4. Last pitched on Sunday against the Cardinals and tossed a 3-up, 3-down inning that included a couple of strikeouts. Still has more strikeouts than innings pitched. 79 strikeouts, 60 in the 3rd innings. And has 72 appearances now. That's tied for first in all of baseball.
Christian Yelich batting for the 4th time. 3-2 Marlins. Each club with 7 hits. Brewers have left 7 as Smith deals a strike. Big night for the Brewers tonight. The team they are chasing in the wild card race, the Pirates, have lost tonight. Phillies beat them 4-3. Braves also lost. Jordan Zimmerman won his 11th game. Washington beat Atlanta 6-4. And the Reds lead the Cardinals 9-5 in the 9th inning. Got a chance to get within a half a game of the 2nd wild card spot.
Yeah, just win.
Just got to go Al Davis on him, Rock.
Right, just win, baby.
Slow roller, going to be a tough play. Overbay reaches and out at first. Close call at first base.
Yeah, might take a look at that one. If it's a close play, they're going to go out there. I imagine Mike Redmond's going to make a walk out. And Yellett's really not showing any indication he thought he was safe. Those guys know. And here comes the Marlins manager.
Yep, and he's safe.
It's amazing that Yelich just walked off. I mean, he could tell right away that he was safe. I mean, I can't imagine why he wouldn't stand there and wait for his manager to come out, and this is going to be overturned. And he will get a base hit out of it.
So they'll go to review here.
First thing a player does when he knows he's safe, he's going to stand out there and wave his manager out. Yelich just walked back to the dugout. He's going to walk back to first base. Somebody told him in that dugout that you're safe. Go back to first.
Got the crew chief.
This shouldn't take too long.
Jeff Kellogg on the far side. The calling umpire with his back to us. That's Dan Bellino. And they put the replay up on the scoreboard, and clearly Yelich is safe.
And really not close. You look at the slow motion replay. Of course, we have the opportunity to see that. Umpire doesn't.
This will be the best look at it here.
And why it's taking this long, I'm not sure.
You see Renicky mouthing, "Let's go."
I mean, what are they waiting on? I mean, it's got to be that's about as clear and convincing as you can possibly get.
Waiting on some kind of communication from New York. Finally, Kellogg gets it.
Everybody awake out there?
And safe is the call.
Oh, what a surprise.
So that's going to be an infield hit to start the inning.
And why did that take so long?
I have no idea. It shouldn't. If somebody's on top of the game. Now remember, when we were in there, they were telling us that there's an umpire assigned to this game, but he might also have another game. I don't know if there was another replay challenge going on at the same time, and at that point they would bring in a different umpire. But whatever the delay was seemed unnecessary, but they got it right. Yelich is at first. And that is a huge run to leave stranded if you're Will Smith. The Brewers can ill afford to go down anymore at this point. This is one of those nights you can start to feel a lot better about the finish of the season if you can win this game. And the Marlins are feeling the same way, by the way.
And everybody in front of them is lost or losing.
Close call at first.
And if they win tonight, they include the Brewers in that list.
Marlins can get to 3.5 back to the second wild card spot with a win tonight. Solano has 2 hits tonight. He drove in a run with a single in the third. Struck out his last time up. Got Giancarlo Stanton due up next. Might see him try to bunt the runner over here. Kinsler is loosening in the bullpen. Two balls and a strike. Solano cuts right through it. I'm
surprised Yellett's not trying to take off. I mean, he's got good speed, Might not be able to read the move of Will Smith. Left-handers are tougher to read.
And down he goes. Solano strikes out. That's a big out for Will Smith, his first strikeout and the first out of the inning. And that's going to be his last hitter, most likely. Renicky pops out of the dugout. With Stanton coming up, going to play the matchups here.
Good breaking pitch from Will Smith.
So Smith faces two batters. An infield hit and a strikeout. Out he goes. In comes Kinsler. Will set him up. They'll lead 3-2 here in the seventh, and the Marlins have a man on with Stanton coming up. Carsoup.com trivia: the last National League player to outright lead the league in homers, RBIs, and slugging percentage. You got to go back to the Blake Street Bombers. Dante Bichette of the 1995 Colorado Rockies.
Yes, sir.
Stanton currently leads the NL in those categories.
Yep, he was a Brewer and an Angel before going over to Colorado. As Brandon Kinsler takes over here in the seventh inning, his 57th appearance, a .361 earned run average. Last pitched on Sunday, gave up a couple of runs, one earned in an inning of work. He struck out a batter. That was against the Cardinals on Sunday. Got his work cut out for him. He's got Stanton and McGee coming up.
Stanton is 0 for 3 tonight. Had a hit last night, was 1 for 4, had a home run to the opposite field. Brewers would love to see another one on the ground here. Kinsler does get a lot of ground balls when he's right. I guess the question for Mike Redmond right now, do you send Yelich? Do you try to steal a base in a spot like this?
You better be able to make it. You better make sure you make it, because you don't want to be caught on the bases with this guy up. The home run leader in the National League.
Got a strike. Kinsler zips one in. Perfect spot. Down and in right on the corner.
If he's still at first base when McGee comes up, that might be a different issue.
Casey McGee is grounded into the most double plays in the National League. Stanton's grounded into 15 this year. Another strike.
Two good pitches down in the zone on the corner.
Stanton thought it was low. 0-2 the count. This is a spot where Kinsler last year had two other options beside his fastball. He had a changeup and he had a slider. Those pitches have not been as sharp for him this year. It's one of the reasons he struggled a little bit.
And every time he gave up a home run or a big hit, it was usually on his off-speed pitch. And One of the reasons why lately he's been going with nothing but that two-seam fastball to try to get the ball on the ground.
No balls, 2 strikes. And a slider and a swing and a miss. He got him. Stanton strikes out. Big out for Brandon Kintzler.
Yeah, pulled the string on him, and Stanton out in front. See what it was. Yeah, change up.
Yeah, you're right. It was a change up.
Yeah, to a change up down and in. That's a risky pitch, but he put it in a good spot and gets him on strike. So 3 pitches against Giancarlo Stanton.
That was such a big pitch for Kintzler last year. That'll give him a little confidence. Here's Casey McGee. You got to watch that first pitch. And a pitch upstairs. Yelich started then stopped. McGee is 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. Had a key base running play, which you don't normally associate with Casey McGee. He's a smart base runner. He's not very fast, but he took off with Garza in the stretch. It forced Garza into a throw to second base. Garza does not do that well, and Garza threw it away. McGee ended up at second, and he would later score on an Ozuna RBI single. There goes Yelich, and a swing and a foul.
And McGee more of the singles hitter. He's only got the 3 home runs, so that's why Yelich waited until McGee got up. Don't take off with Stanton at the plate, the home run threat.
Always a decision with a hitter like McGee. Who do you have cover second base if Yelich takes off? Casey is a very good opposite field hitter.
And a lot of that has to do with the type of pitcher that's out there in the mound. Now, Kintzler is one of those guys that likes to bore that fastball down and in, so you might have the second baseman cover, thinking he might pull the baseball, but you got to make sure you get the baseball down if you're throwing to him. Don't give him anything out over the plate.
Long pause. There he goes. McGee into right field. A base hit. Over to cut it off is Parra, and all the way to third base goes McGee. So now the Marlins putting up a threat again. Yelich to third. McGee singles to right. First and third, 2 outs for Ozuna.
Yeah, just a terrific approach for Casey McGee. The pitch was up and in, and just fought it off and dumps it out into right field. There's that fastball. It's up, it's in, and McGee, leads with the hands. The hands lead the barrel of the bat, and he dumps one into right field. And Yelich moving on the pitch, able to get into third base.
Oh, now you got a hot hitter at the plate in Marcell Ozuna. 2 hits and a walk tonight. Ozuna has hits on fastballs from Garza, back-to-back at-bats in the second and third. He hit them both sharply. Walked and scored in the 6th inning.
And breaking ball from Brandon that time. Haven't seen too many of those from him. Well, if you're going to throw a breaking ball, this is a good guy to do it. And he's been all over the fastball tonight.
Three balls and a strike. You have Garrett Jones due up next.
And it's probably going to be the last hitter for Brandon Kintzler with the left-hander coming up.
Could be the ball game right here. Marlins lead by a run. Hitters count. Ozuna swings and misses. Threw him a slider on a 3-1 pitch. That was a big league pitch right there from Kinsler in a big spot.
Yep, 87 miles an hour, right where he wanted it, down and away.
Does he do it again? Full count, 2 outs. McGee takes off, and that misses down and out. Ozuna draws the walk. Tough at bat right there for Marcell Ozuna. I've been impressed with this guy.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he's taken a couple of very close 3-2 pitches tonight and has been issued walks both times.
So it's going to be Zach Duke. Renicky having a tough time getting through the 7th. Smith, Kinsler, and now Duke, and the bases are loaded and the game on the line. We'll take a break. Outs in the inning, but they have them loaded. And a big game here for both teams. See, the Pirates have lost. Phillies beat them 4-3. Pittsburgh occupying the second wild card spot. Braves have lost as well. Cincinnati beat St. Louis. So a win today by the Brewers gets them within a half a game of the Pirates. If the Marlins win, they go to 3.5 behind the Pirates. So there's a lot riding on this one. Zach Duke on the mound, the 3rd pitcher of the inning for Milwaukee.
And he's going to be dealing with a pinch hitter, Jeff Baker, the former Cub. Coming on, very good against left-handed pitching. Baker's had incredible success against the Brewers, and particularly Brewer left-handed pitching. 66th appearance for Duke. Last pitched on Friday against the Cardinals.
Jeff Baker is a .343 hitter off the bench this year. Rock mentioned he kills the Brewers. He is a .376 lifetime hitter against Milwaukee. And a lot of good years with the Rockies and the Cubs against the Brewers. So here we go. Bases loaded. Duke delivers. Curveball missed. Remember, this inning started with an infield hit that was forced to go to a replay challenge. Christian Yelich, originally called out, overturned in replay. He's at 3rd now.
Yeah, he's been on the bases a long time.
It's been a couple of strikeouts. Solano and Stanton, 2 hits in the inning. Yelich and McGee, and then a walk to Ozuna. A strike, a fastball. He snuck it by him. 1-2 the count. How about those numbers?
Yeah. Good opposite field hitter. Duke has some pitches to play with.
2-strike pitch. Got him. Zach Duke strikes him out. 3 Ks in the inning by each of the relievers. Top of the order is coming up. Marlins strand. The bases loaded. Of the 7th inning, and you're watching this Brewers Marlins series on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Yeah, enjoying a little 7th inning hot dog. That's a rally dog is what that is. He's got his rally hat on.
Be a little groggy in school tomorrow, but hey,
he's fine, no problem, whatever it takes. It's a pennant race. Jeff Baker will stay in to play first base after he struck out with the bases loaded. That was a huge out for Zach Duke and the Brewers. Gomez, slow roller out to short. Echeverria makes a play for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out for Chris Hatcher. 2nd inning of work for him. Here's Scooter Gennett. Gennett has a hit tonight. He's 1 for 2. Had a sac bunt in his first at bat. Only 2 runs for the Brewers came in the 3rd inning. RBI double by Ramirez and an RBI ground out by Parra. He goes 0-2 the count.
Good breaking ball from Hatcher. He's got the live fastball at 95 miles an hour and throwing strikes. We saw Dyson in last night's ball game coming in with a good fastball as Jonathan Broxton gets loose down in that Brewers bullpen.
Would be his 3rd consecutive game. Gennett down the left field line. That's fair. Yelich able to cut it off. Gennett on his way to 2nd with a double. And there's the tying run in scoring position. 2nd hit of the night for Gennett.
Well, what a nice approach by Scooter. Able to take that high fastball and serve it down the left field line. Able to get on top of it. 30th double of the year. Let's check out this approach. That's a split-fingered fastball right there that stayed up. And Gennett didn't try and pull it. Look at the way he pulls the hands in, and that bat able to get on top of that pitch and line it into left field.
Picture perfect swing by Gennett.
Yep, that's the way you hit the ball to the opposite field.
Scooter still not running at 100%. That quad injury. About time the Brewers sent one out of here. Team that relies heavily on the home run ball. Here's Lucroy. Brewers have 2 runs on 8 hits tonight. They've left 7. Marlins have left 9.
First time the Brewers have had a man in scoring position since the 4th inning. Time to cash in. Put a crooked number on the board.
Jeanette taking a big lead, and Hatcher chases him back. Lucroy has a single tonight. He singled to left field in the 3rd. Ground ball that found the hole between 3rd and short. Marlins have great throwing arms in 2 of their 3 outfield spots, center field and right field. Both throw extremely well and accurate. Ozuna, the center fielder. Not many have a stronger throwing arm than Giancarlo Stanton. Brewers will try to run on Yelich in left. Oh, and 2 the count to Lucroy. In the dirt. Good block back there by Saltalamacchia. Those are important plays in a game like this, especially with 1 out.
Big body helps, when balls in the dirt like that. Get down, keep that glove down, and Saltalamacchia able to keep Jeanette at second base. Well, Lucroy is a good 2-strike hitter. There's no problem with 2 strikes.
Just looking for a mistake. Lucroy with runners in scoring position this year, hitting .276, below his overall average. Comes in at .301. Last couple of years he's been the best on the Brewers club in runners in scoring position. And Hatcher wants to start over with Saltalamacchia.
Well, it's going to be the splitter, the slider, or the fastball. Last time he threw a split-fingered pitch, he left it up in the zone, and Jeanette doubled down the left field line. Saltalamacchia is saying if you throw it, put it in the dirt.
Ramirez due up next. Brewers are where they want to be in the order. One and 2 the count. Tying run at second, and Lucroy fights it off. Fastball at 95 down and in. Lucroy did all he could to put a bat on it.
That had some good sink on it with that big velocity.
Hard throwing Mike Dunn in the Marlins bullpen. Another 1-2. And Lucroy takes 2 balls, 2 strikes. A lot of hitters in the league are going to chase at that one. That's one of the reasons Lucroy is so good with 2 strikes. The kind of swing he has. He's always thinking up the middle.
And waits back. Doesn't jump at the baseball. Shoots it into right field, particularly with 2 strikes. Unless he gets a hanger. Unless Hatcher hangs that splitter.
See what he does here. 2 and 2. And he got him.
And he got a splitter, and it was up too.
Lucroy strikes out. Second out of the inning. That'll bring up Ramirez now.
He's been leaving that pitch up, and Lucroy had a good one to hit right there, and just a little bit out in front of it. The speed got him, not the fact that it went down, because it stayed up.
So here is Ramirez. Double and a walk tonight. His double came down the right field line, just out of the reach of Stanton. Another good block back there by Saltalamacchia. Jeanette had a double with 1 out. Still there with 2 outs now. He'll be running on the crack of the bat. Ramirez, the Brewers player of the month in August. Trying to find that stroke again. It's been 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks since Ramirez hit his last homer. One ball, 1 strike. And Ramirez up the middle, down for a hit. Here comes Jeanette. And Ozuna will not make a throw. Ramirez ties it up.
There you go. Fastball down the middle and just kind of fisted it out into center field. So the Brewers get their second hit with a man in scoring position tonight. And a big 2-out single for Ramirez, who's got a couple of RBIs.
Big hit by Jeanette. And then Ramirez brings him home with 2 outs.
Got it down on a trademark a little bit, but fights it off into center field. And Jeanette able to score. Crack of the bat. He's on the move. Back it wasn't hit all that hard. Probably helped Jeanette score.
All tied at 3. Yeah, they're on the top step. Dugout fired up. That's a big one for Ramirez. 2 RBIs tonight. Redmond's going to make a pitching change here. Parra, the scheduled hitter. We'll see if Renicky counters. In the 7th, he gets 2 outs, but Aramis Ramirez with an RBI single, plating Scooter Jeanette, who had doubled, and we're all tied at 3. Here is Mike Dunn, the hard-throwing lefty, out of the Marlins bullpen.
Look at that, 10 wins out of the bullpen. He's tied with Tony Watson for the most wins by a reliever in baseball this year. 10-6 out of the bullpen.
It's unbelievable.
And his 68th game so far this year, a 3.44 ERA. Big strikeout guy. 59 punch-outs in 52 and a third innings. And an opponent batting average of just .219. He can throw. He can bring it. He's got a good fastball.
Former Atlanta Brave. Renicky's going to counter with Ryan Braun, not in the starting lineup tonight. Braun's going to hit for Parra, likely to stay in the game to play right field. Well, throughout his career, Braun has been at his best in September pennant races. He's a little hobbled right now, though. He has the hand injury. But Braun steps up in the bottom of the 7th with a chance to do some damage against Dunn. First pinch hit appearance of the year for Braun. Go ahead, run it first.
Well done fastball in the mid-90s, pretty straight.
Braun has great opposite field power, even with the hand injury. Saltalamacchia is setting up inside, and Braun fouls it away. Slider from Dunn. That's what you get from him. Mid-90s fastball and a sharp slider.
87 miles an hour with the slider.
Two quick strikes on Braun.
Probably going to take a home run to score Rami.
Ooh, Braun had a big cut right down the middle with that breaking ball.
Yep, and up in the zone.
Three game, 2 outs. Still 0-2. Able to check his swing. That was where Dunn wanted to put the previous slider.
That first pitch was a fastball, and then the remaining pitches to Braun have all been sliders.
Going back to the heat. 1-2 the count. And Braun strikes out to end the inning. Well, the Brewers tie it up. Aramis Ramirez with his second hit. Coming up big when the Brewers needed it most. A 2-out RBI after Giannetti doubled. Ramirez steps up and delivers. All tied at 3 as we go to the 8th. There. Gonna like that.
in the 8th inning. That's where we're going right now with the Brewers set to bat. And a 3-3 game against the Marlins. And how about Aramis Ramirez? And a fine game. He's been quiet up until now. Couple of hits, a couple of key RBIs, including the one in the 7th to tie.
Well, that's what they've been waiting for from Aramis. He's, he's a run producer. He's been off a little bit, but he got the big double to drive in a run. And then with this key hit right up the middle, great job to tie the ball game up.
That's what the cleanup hitter's supposed to do, and Rivera's coming through twice so far in this game here tonight. Our Marshfield Clinic shining moment. Post-game reaction coming up on Brewers Live. Brian?
All right, Craig and Davey, thanks. Brian Morris. Saw him last night, 60th appearance of the year. The Brewers are going to have Chris Davis, Lyle Overbay, and Gene Segura here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, Brian Morris, he pitched in yesterday's ball game. 7-1 out of the bullpen. 4 of those wins came with the Pittsburgh Pirates. 3-1 as a Marlin. A couple of relievers with some big win totals for this Marlins ball club.
Yeah, these are familiar games here for Miami. Davis, big power hitter. Brewers trying to break free from a 3-3 tie. Big night tonight. Pirates have lost. Both of these teams can pick up a game on Pittsburgh for that second wild card spot. The Brewers would be a half game back with a victory. 2-0 on Davis. He didn't mean to do it. Davis looking for his first hit. Overbay to follow, then Segura. After a beautiful play by Segura to end the Marlins' 8th. Davis into left, a base hit. And there's the go-ahead run, a leadoff single for Chris Davis.
Yeah, turning around a 95-mile-per-hour fastball and into left field. Davis just staying right on the baseball. Good swings, and here's the end of the top of this inning. This ball gets into center field, and then the Marlins have the top of the order coming up. And a good pick by Overbay. So a good play all the way around. That's a tough hop for Segura.
Some kind of play.
Sinking liner, and then Overbay with a pick at first.
And those two will hit in this 8th inning. Segura on deck. Here's Overbay now. Marlins are expecting Overbay to drop a bunt down. He does not have a sacrifice bunt this year. Overbay.
He didn't look like he was going to bunt on that pitch. Just hit a homer instead.
I'm in for that. Let's go old school American League style.
Earl Weaver.
Speaking of Earl Weaver, I saw the Orioles. They won tonight. Their magic number is 9.
Amazing.
Single digits.
There's something.
Running away with that American League East.
Double-digit lead.
Going to win their first division since the '97 club. Two and 0. Can hear the O's. The diehards, the faithfuls that were here when Overbay was a Brewer the first time around. That O chant started. Down and in. 3 balls, no strikes. Overbay not biting.
Probably take a couple here, at least one. Be in a position will get Segura to drop down a bunt.
And he missed. Walked him on 4 straight. First and second, nobody out. And now the Brewers will start to put the wheels in motion here with Segura.
Hey, what if the Marlins are going to make a move? They got double barrel action down in that bullpen. Right-hander, left-hander, can't see who they are, but not taking any chances, and it's going to be Chuck Hernandez on his way out.
Which would tell you that Morris is going to pitch to Segura.
And you got the pitcher spot coming up after Segura. All right-handers except for Herrera, who's a switch hitter, and Logan Schaefer. Brewers would love to be in a position to have Segura drop down a bunt, get Ricky Weeks to the plate.
Subway in-game box score. Brewers have 10 hits tonight. Scored just 3 runs. They've left 8 men on base. But they have plated them when they've needed them, and now they have a chance with 2 on and nobody out. No Brewer has more sacrifice bunts than Segura. He has 9 of them. And figures to be bunting here. He's very fast. Marlins expecting the bunt. The corner infielders are in.
Yeah, they're going to be crashing too. It's going to be tough. It's got to be a good bunt.
Segura squares early. And he gets the bunt down. It's a good one. Morris. Oh, he dropped the ball. Everybody's safe.
That's a nice bunt right there. Good job, Segura. Well, Gene's got 3 hits. I think that might be a hit. Maybe a sacrifice in an E1. That's what we're going to give him, but no at bat, no official at bat for Gene. So 2 for 2, a walk and a sacrifice, but he gets first base. Can't do it any better than that. And because of the speed of Segura, Brian Morris, trying to be a little bit too quick, picked up his head right there and dropped it.
Is the worm turning for the Brewers? Bases loaded. Nobody out. Here's Ricky Weeks. He'll pinch hit. Brewers have been waiting for a moment for a while, and this anxious, frustrated crowd that we've seen at Miller Park on his homestand finally feeling optimistic here. We'll see if Weeks can give him something to yell about. He'll be ready to swing on the first pitch. Has 1,000 career hits. That is 1,000th hit against the Cardinals. Down in the dirt. Saltalamacchia did a heck of a job on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball to keep that one from the screen.
Yeah, not an easy play.
Morris is having all kind of trouble here. He's fallen behind every hitter. Walked Overbay on 4 straight after Davis singled. And dropped the bunt by Segura. A strike.
And cut fastball 90, inner half.
One ball, 1 strike on Weeks. Morris deals. Ricky, a little chopper toward third. Going to stay fair. McGee coming home for the out as the Marlins get the force out at the plate. Good play by McGee.
The advantage of having the infield in. If he's back, he doesn't make that play, but the infield was in, trying to cut down that run at home plate. Look where McGee is, even with the bag. Little chopper in front of home plate, and the problem was Davis was going back to third base when that ball was headed to home plate.
Not sure why he would do that.
No.
But he did.
Not sure it would have mattered, but still going back to third base when the ball was in the hitting zone.
Here comes Carlos Gomez. Puts a little heat on this at bat with 1 out now. And it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter here. Roenicke's going to make a move. Hector Gomez will come on to run. AAA shortstop called up for moments like these. He runs well. And he will be the runner for Overbay at third base.
In the event of a medium depth fly ball into the outfield, we've been talking about the throwing arms with these Marlins out there, particularly center and right.
Gomez loves that first pitch. Marlins are going to bring their infield in. 3-3 game. Pennant race September baseball. And Gomez fouls it away. That's going to end up in the seats. Carlos in just his second start since returning from an injury. Had a wrist injury. Knocked him out for a week. But he's had hits in each of his 3 games since his return. There was a pinch hit RBI on Sunday. Had an RBI double last night in a start. Has a bunt single tonight. Marlins have their infield drawn in. No balls, 1 strike. 0-2 the count.
And back-to-back cut fastballs for Morris. First one was a strike, second one in the dirt. Another good job by Saltalamacchia.
Force at every base. Brewers have good speed on the bags with Gomez at third, Hector Gomez, and Segura at second. Carlos Gomez in a big spot. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Carlos this year a .331 hitter with runners in scoring position. Overall batting average at .283. One and two. Morris deals. Gomez a bouncer to third. McGee's coming home out there. And again the Marlins get the lead out at the plate. And again it's Casey McGee. And now the Brewers with 2 outs in the inning. Bases are still loaded, but the Marlins are a step away from getting out of this.
Now it's going to take a base hit. Gomez hit it 1 hop right at Casey McGee. I'm surprised Casey didn't step on third base and then go home. Would have been a double play, would have been a tag out, but he was right by the bag, and Brewers fortunate that they still have a chance here.
So here is Jeanette, who has 2 hits tonight. He's been a good hitter with runners in scoring position as well. .341 batting average this year in spots like this.
Need to throw into the screen here.
Mike Redmond's going to stick with Morris. After a shaky start, he's been able to get 2 big outs. Marlins do have a lefty in the bullpen, but Morris will stay. Bases loaded, 2 outs now. And Jeanette lifts one in the air right feel this is going to get the Marlins out of the inning.
Could have used that earlier.
And that's the way it's going for the Brewers.
Yeah.
Bases loaded, nobody out. They failed to score. Still tied at 3. Hotel and Casino. 3-3 game. The Brewers just stranded the bases loaded. That is tough to take. Brewers had them loaded with nobody out. Weeks, Gomez, Jeanette all make outs. Changes here. Remember, Overbay was pinch run for, so Jason Rogers will play first base. He's been playing third base most of the year in AAA. And Frankie Rodriguez is on the mound to try to get this one to the bottom of the 9th tie.
Well, again, you bring your closer in. You got the Brewers have the meat of their order coming up, and Rodriguez hoping to put a 0 on the board. Well, it's been a while for Rodriguez in getting a save. Last pitched on Friday against the Cardinals. That was a win for the Brewers. Pitched a scoreless 9th, but gave up a couple of hits and struck out a batter. Well, it's been a long time between saves for K-Rod.
Top of the order, Christian Yelich leads off, Solano to follow, and then Giancarlo Stanton. Yelich 2 hits tonight. He's been one of the best hitters in the league since the All-Star break. And he's been one of the top leadoff hitters in the National League all year. Changeup way out in front.
Man, you like the changeup to match up with this Marlins ball club. K-Rod just got to keep it down in the zone, keep it in the ballpark. There's that changeup from Frankie. Down and away, and Yelich over the top.
Slow roller. Jeanette coming in and shovels it out of his glove. All right, then. Yelich is retired. Jeanette says no problem.
No problem is right. I mean, I guess you could do that with a small glove. Second baseman had the smallest glove on the field. You risk getting that caught in the webbing and popping it up, but he's able to flip it over there. A little bit risky. Good play. It's a good play if it works.
Looks pretty. One gone. That's a big out for K-Rod. Retires the first batter. Here is Solano now. A couple of hits tonight. Also 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, Brewers have used now 6 relievers out of their bullpen.
Jeremy Jeffress went 2. Will Smith, Brandon Kinsler, Zach Duke all pitched to get through the 7th. He had Broxton in the 8th. Now K-Rod. 0-2 the count on Solano. Popped him up. That'll stay playable, I think. Lucroy with room. Got it for the out. 2 outs. 2 up, 2 down for K-Rod. And now the matchup in this inning. Frankie Rodriguez against Giancarlo Stanton. K-Rod has not been at his best in non-save situations.
And he hasn't been in one in quite some time.
Hadn't been in hardly any situations
right
lately.
He pitched on Friday. The Brewers won that ball game by 4 runs and struggled in getting through that game.
Dangerous hitter at the plate. The league leader in homers. Stanton's been quiet tonight. 0 for 4. A couple of Ks. He's bounced into a double play. The home run and RBI leader in the league. One for 6 career against K-Rod. 3 Ks. Looking ahead to the Brewers' 9th. It's going to be Lucroy, Ramirez, and Braun. Strike. 2-1. In there, a fastball, perfectly spotted. 2-2 the count on Stanton.
I tell you, the Brewers have used some of their best fastballs against Stanton tonight. I mean, well located, keeping him down and away, not giving him anything out over the plate up in the zone.
Well, perhaps the MVP frontrunner Stanton at the plate. 2 outs. K-Rod delivers a 2-2. Yes, low. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Stanton homered last night, and that home run tied him with Dan Uggla for the most homers in franchise history. He's only 24 years of age. Payoff pitch coming. Stanton lays off, ball 4. He's aboard with a walk.
He tried to drop a curveball on him and just spun it up there. He's fortunate. I guess that wasn't in the strike zone.
Well, and as Stanton has been walked all year, he leads the National League in walks. Casey McGee has benefited. 68 runs batted in this season, hitting behind Stanton. And that takes into account all of those bases empty situations that McGee is up there after all the Stanton homers. 2 outs.
And he still has 68 RBIs. Right. Without many home runs, only 3.
McGee tonight has a hit and a walk. He scored a run. 1 for 3. 2 outs in the 9th. And there goes Stanton. And Lucroy does not make a throw. Stanton got a big jump. Steals second base. And the go-ahead run in scoring position now for McGee.
Now Casey McGee becomes even more dangerous because a base hit will give the Marlins a lead. Another lead. And Stanton now 12 for 13 in stolen bases. And at first base, Casey McGee, not that extra base hit threat, that power threat, but when a single can beat you, he becomes a very dangerous hitter.
In the air, left center field. Gomez a long way to go. Casey McGee sends one out. A 2-run home run, and the Marlins lead.
stolen base, home run, a changeup up in the strike zone, and McGee, who we were just talking about, only 3 home runs, not much of a power threat. That's what we get. And McGee knocks one out of here into that Brewers bullpen and gives the Marlins a 2-run lead. Man,
that is a killer. And a former Brewer.
As if the bottom of the 8th wasn't a killer.
What a year it's been for McGee. Now 70 RBIs. Casey McGee coming up with a big hit for the Marlins. K-Rod continues to struggle. He's got 39 saves this year, but Frankie has not been on top of his game here in the second half. And that blown save in San Diego set the Brewers on this tailspin here. The Brewers had a chance to win that series. Frankie's been the victim of a number of late home runs. And when you're in his role, those are the ones that do big damage. Some long faces in that Brewers dugout.
Yep, in this whole stadium.
Full count to Ozuna. He has not been retired tonight. 2 walks, 2 hits. In the air to left. That ball's well hit. Davis looks up, and it is gone. A home run for Ozuna. (6-3) Marlins. #21st homer of the year for Ozuna. His second in as many games. Not been retired tonight.
Well, 3-2 fastball. Ozuna waiting for it and knocks it out of here. Up and in. Nice short stroke and gets the barrel on it, and a line drive bullet out of here.
Second consecutive game, the Marlins have had back-to-back home runs in an inning, and Ozuna's been a part of both of them. All of this with 2 outs. 2 outs and nobody on.
Yep. Yeah, walk, home run, and the Marlins with a 3-run lead here in the top of the 10th. Boy.
Frankie was a strike away from getting out of this inning. Had Stanton a 3-2 count, but lost him. 2-run homer, solo homer. And a here we go again kind of 9th inning. So the inning ends, but big damage done. And a former Brewer starts it for the Marlins. Casey McGee, a 2-run shot. Ozuna follows, and the Brewers are down 3. a bunch of them here as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning. It's at 138. Wishful thinking. And the Marlins using the long ball to take the lead. A couple of home runs in the ninth off Francisco Rodriguez. Casey McGee delivers the big blow that put him ahead. That was following an inning where the Brewers had the bases loaded and nobody out.
Yep, and did not score a single run.
And yet the Marlins come back with 2 outs and nobody on, and they get 3.
Yep, Steve Cishek looking for save number 34. He's 33 out of 37 this year. A .349 earned run average. You saw Cishek in last night's ball game. A 3-up, 3-down ninth.
Lucroy will lead off. He'll be followed by Ramos and then Ryan Braun. Well, the Brewers haven't had a big inning in a while. If they have one in them, it'd be a good time to show up here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Down 3. Might as well get 4. Brewers in danger of dropping their 16th game in the last 19 played.
Man.
One ball, 1 strike. And Lucroy, little half swing. That'll roll foul. Marlins won 6-4 last night, hit 3 home runs. Marlins have a terrific lineup. They hit with power, and they've got an excellent closer in Cishek.
Saltalamacchia has done a very nice job behind home plate tonight. Calling a good game, keeping a lot of pitches in front of him, blocking pitches in the dirt.
Lucroy strikes out for the first out.
Saltalamacchia 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, but he has had a very nice game behind home plate.
Now, a night when the Pirates lost, chance for the teams behind him to gain ground. The Braves lost as well, so they'll remain a game and a half back in the second wild card spot. The Brewers, without a comeback, will stay a game and a half back as Ramirez lines run to right. There's a start.
Yeah, Rami's starting to heat up.
His 3rd hit of the night. 2 RBIs in this game.
Yeah, 2 to right, 2 to center, or 1 to center.
That'll bring up Braun.
Try and pull this pitch. It's going to be an easy ground out to somebody on the left side. Goes right with it, gets on top of it, and lines it hard into right field.
Now that Braun can reach, you got a power hitter coming up next. Chris Davis. Davis hoping for a chance. Tying run on deck. Oh, and 1 to Braun. Way outside.
Cishek with that good moving fastball. Not all that hard, but hard for a guy to throw sidearm like that. I mean, normally guys aren't going to be getting into the 90s with it, but he does, and that slider that he throws. Always seems to be able to keep it on the outside corner. Can't try and pull this guy.
And that gets by Saltalamacchia. Ramirez will advance. Takes the Marlins out of a double play opportunity. A wild pitch.
First one tonight. And how many has he blocked? This one not even close.
Well, you think back to that bases loaded inning last inning for the Brewers. Saltalamacchia made 2 plays on fastballs in the dirt. Those are the toughest to keep in front, and he kept them both in front. The Brewers were unable to score. This one gets by him, though. Nothing he could do about that one. Braun takes a ball, 3-1 the count. This pitch has a little something on it here.
Yeah, get the tying run to the plate and see what happens. Chris Davis waiting his turn.
Full count to Braun. Cishek knows he's got to throw a strike here. And he misses low. Braun draws the walk.
And now you got that tying run at the plate.
If you're wondering, Cishek has only allowed 3 home runs all season. Chris Davis, a power hitter who has a chance to tie it up with 1 swing of the bat. He'll bat with 1 away.
Yeah, he doesn't let many home runs because he has that good sink in his fastball with that sidearm delivery. Chris Davis looking for one up in the zone.
Of the 3 homers allowed by Cishek, only 1 to a right-handed batter this year. Started him with a breaking ball. Jason Rogers due next. Remember, he came in after Overbay was pinch run for. 2 on, 1 out. Davis takes ball 1.
Yeah, Cishek really battling himself out there tonight. Well, he was just all over the strike zone last night in a 3-up, 3-down ninth. Having a difficult time finding the corners.
Two and 1. Brewers aren't chasing that sweeping breaking ball. And if you're not chasing the breaking ball, can Cishek throw his fastball for strikes? 2 on, 1 out. Tying run at the plate. And Davis into right. Line drive right at Stanton for the out.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, right?
2 gone.
Hit that one right on the button. Another opposite field line drive for Chris Davis with nothing to show for it.
And the Brewers are down to their last out. Here comes Jason Rogers. And the problem for Rogers at a spot like this, there aren't many like Steve Cishek in AAA.
No.
Jason had a great year down there. 2 years ago, he was the Brewers minor league player of the year. Played mostly third base this season at Nashville. Got a chance to make a name for himself. He just made his major league debut earlier this month. Had a double for his first hit. That was at Wrigley Field. Rogers in the air to center field, and Ozuna will settle under it, and the Brewers let one get away again. Casey McGee, a 2-run home run, proves to be the game winner. Back-to-back homers off Francisco Rodriguez in the 9th. And the Marlins win. They are a game under 500. The Brewers are 3 games over 500. And still a game and a half back of the second wild card spot. Not a pretty night at Miller Park once again. The Brewers have now lost 16 of their last 19. And with that, we send it out to Craig Cashon. It's time for Brewers Live. Craig?
Okay, Brian, thanks very much. How about that guy, Casey McGee, coming through for the Marlins. Not the power guy here in 2014, but at Miller Park tonight, he sure was. We'll hear from Ron Renicky and the crew, and we come back.